The North Platte station stood as a skeletal wreck against the white horizon. The Union Pacific locomotive breathed heavy, black soot into the frozen air. Steam hissed from the iron belly of the beast, obscuring the platform in a gray shroud. Thomas pulled his wool collar high, but the Nebraska winter of 1888 was a predator. It didn't just chill a man, it hunted for the marrow in his bones. He was 45 years old. His face was a map of hard winters and the lonely labor of the Homestead Act. In the frosted reflection of the station window, he saw a stranger with eyes like cold ash. His wife, Sarah, had been gone for 3 long years. The house on the edge of the vast, rolling prairie had become a tomb of silence. He didn't want a servant to command. He didn't want a slave to break. He wanted a reason to believe the sun would rise with purpose tomorrow. The train groaned to a final, agonizing halt. Iron screeched against iron, a sound like a dying animal. A few men in heavy buffalo coats stepped off, cursing the biting gale. They moved toward the saloon, their boots thudding on the timber planks. Then he saw her, Elena. She looked like a porcelain doll discarded in a world of iron and ice. She stood on the bottom step of the passenger car, frozen in place. She was 18, but fear made her look younger than her years. Her coat was a dark, thin wool, tailored for a New York Sunday. In Nebraska, it was nothing more than a shroud. She was shivering so violently that her small valise knocked against her knees. Thomas stayed where he was, his boots anchored in the packed slush. He watched her eyes. They weren't the eyes of a hopeful bride arriving to start a new life. She had been traded across the country to pay another man's gambling debt. She believed the stranger waiting for her was simply the final price she had to pay. They were the eyes of a prisoner staring at the walls of a permanent cell. He knew the heavy truth of her arrival. Her uncle had written the letters with a steady hand and a cold heart. He had negotiated the transaction behind closed doors in a room smelling of stale cigars. Elena was the living currency for a gambling debt that had spiraled out of control. She had been traded for the family's social standing and a clean ledger. To her, Thomas wasn't a man, he was a debt collector wearing a wedding ring. He felt a sudden, sharp coldness in his gut that had nothing to do with the wind. He took a step forward, the ice crunching beneath his heavy work boots. Elena flinched. It was a small, instinctive pulling back of her narrow shoulders. To Thomas, that movement felt like a physical blow to his chest. He stopped 10 feet away. Hein gave her the distance one gives any frightened soul. "Miss Elena," he asked. His voice was low and gravelly, rusted from weeks of silence on the farm. She didn't speak. Her teeth were chattering in a jagged rhythm that made her whole body ache. She simply nodded once. Her gaze remained fixed on his chest, never rising to meet his eyes. He looked down at her boots. They were thin, fashionable leather, already soaked through by the freezing slush. If he didn't get her to the wagon, the frostbite would take her toes before they reached the creek. He held out his hand, palm up. His fingers were thick, scarred, and calloused from years of breaking the sod. They were the hands of a man who fought the earth every day for a meager harvest. She stared at his hand as if it were a trap set in the deep snow. She remembered the dim light of her uncle's study back east, the smell of old paper and the scratch of the pen as her life was signed away. "You're lucky," her uncle had whispered without looking at her. "At least this farmer has land and a roof." Thomas waited with the patience of the prairie itself. He didn't rush her. The wind whipped her pale brown hair around her face like frayed, wet silk. "I have a wagon nearby," he said, his voice softening. "I have a heavy buffalo robe waiting for you." He saw a flicker of something new in her expression. It wasn't trust, but it was the beginning of a desperate calculation. The realization that the cold was a more immediate killer than the man. She slowly reached out her hand. Her fingers were like shards of ice, small and fragile against his massive palm. He didn't squeeze. He didn't pull her toward him. He simply closed his fingers gently, offering a stability she hadn't felt in years. Neither of them knew that this single touch would change both of their lives before winter ended. Honey took her valise. It was light, far too light for a woman moving across the continent. She had brought nothing but her fear and the clothes on her back. As they walked toward the hitching post, the train whistle blew a final, mournful blast. It sounded like a goodbye to every dream she had ever dared to hold. She looked back at the iron tracks once. They were already being swallowed by the drifting, relentless snow. The world ahead was a vast, terrifying nothingness. Thomas helped her onto the high wagon seat. He tucked the heavy buffalo robe around her, ensuring her feet were completely covered. He saw her eyes widen as the sudden warmth of the fur touched her skin. She looked at him then, really looked at him for the first time. She saw the white scars on his knuckles. She saw the deep, permanent sadness etched into the corners of his eyes. She saw a man who was as lonely as the land he claimed to own. The fear in her heart didn't leave, but it changed shape. It became a question instead of a death sentence. Thomas climbed up beside her and took the reins. He didn't say anything more. He knew that on the frontier, words were a luxury and often a lie. Actions were the only currency that bought survival. He snapped the reins, and the horses leaned into the heavy harness. They turned away from the station and the disappearing tracks. They headed toward the endless, gray Nebraska horizon. Behind them, the lights of North Platte faded into the gathering gloom. Ahead of them, there was only the wind and the hope of a warm stove. Elena clutched the buffalo robe to her chest with trembling hands. She was 18 years old and sold to a stranger to pay for a man's sins. But for the first time in a week, the killing chill was gone. The town dissolved into the gray veil of the prairie. The wagon wheels cut through the frozen mud with a sound like grinding teeth. Thomas kept his eyes fixed on the horse's ears. He felt the weight of the girl sitting beside him. She was a small, shivering bundle beneath the fur. The horses, a pair of sturdy bays, exhaled rhythmic plumes of steam. The silence between them was not peaceful. It was a heavy, suffocating thing. It was the silence of two broken souls trapped in a world made of ice. Thomas adjusted the reins, his gloved fingers stiff. The smell of the wagon was the scent of his entire life. Old leather, dried hay, and the sharp, metallic tang of the coming blizzard. He stole a quick glance at Elena. She was staring at the horizon. Her face was a mask of pale, beautiful marble. The 1880s were not kind to the weak or the discarded. To survive the prairie, one needed more than just a plow and a horse. One needed the courage to stand when the wind tried to break your knees. One needed the dignity to remain human when the world treated you like cattle. Thomas looked at the path ahead. The snow began to fall in large, lazy flakes. He knew the justice of the West was often silent. It was found in the warmth of a hearth and the loyalty of a partner. He reached into a wooden crate behind the seat. He pulled out a pair of hand-knitted wool mittens. They were dyed a soft blue, now faded by time. "My wife made these," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Sarah made them during our first winter here. She had small hands too." Hun held them out. Elena looked at the mittens. She saw the intricate stitches, the labor of love from a woman she would never know. She reached out and took them. As she pulled them on, the scent of lavender and old wood smoke drifted up. It was the scent of a home. A tear finally escaped her eye, freezing instantly on her cheek. She didn't wipe it away. She looked at the man beside her. He wasn't her owner. He was a man offering a bridge across an abyss. The horses trotted onward into the white. The debt was still there, written on paper in a city far away. But here, on the edge of the world, a different story was beginning to breathe. It was a story of sacrifice and the slow, painful mending of two lives. The prairie didn't care about their pasts. The land only cared if they had the heart to endure the night. Together, they moved toward the flickering light of a distant sod house. In the heart of the storm, the first spark of hope began to flicker. The skeletal trees huddled near the frozen creek beds like mourners at a pauper's funeral. Elena refused to look at them. Her world had shrunk to the claustrophobic warmth inside the buffalo robe. The air was a blade, thin and sharp. Thomas watched her out of the corner of his eye. He saw her breath coming in short, jagged bursts. It was the breathing of a creature that had spent its life being hunted. Thomas knew the Nebraska prairie could break a person's spirit faster than it could freeze their bones. He had seen the vastness swallow men twice her size, but the fear radiating from Elena wasn't born from the emptiness of the horizon. It was older than the Great Plains. It was deeper than the frost line. The wind shifted suddenly, bringing a sharper, more vicious bite from the north. The buffalo robe was thick, but it was stiff with the grit of a dozen winters. Thomas reached behind the wooden seat of the wagon. He pulled out a folded blanket made of coarse, gray wool. It was heavy, smelling of cedar and the honest wood smoke of a lonely hearth. This was the blanket he used on those brutal nights when the frost grew thick on the inside of his cabin walls. He moved with the deliberate slowness of a man approaching a wounded animal. He didn't want to startle the fragile peace between them. He let the leather reins rest in his left hand. He reached out with his right, unfolding the heavy wool with a snap. "You're still shaking," he said. His voice was a low, grounding vibration. It barely rose above the rhythmic creak of the wagon's axle. He leaned over, intending to tuck the wool over her shivering shoulders. Elena didn't just move, she erupted. She threw her weight against the side of the wagon seat as if trying to leap into the snow. Her small valise tumbled to the floorboards, spilling a few meager belongings. She let out a sharp, choked sound that died in her throat. Her hands flew up to cover her face in a reflexive shield. Her eyes were wide, the pupils blown black with a terror that bypassed the present. She looked at Thomas as if he were a monster rising from the murky depths of the Atlantic. Thomas froze instantly. He held the blanket suspended in midair. A silent offering had been transformed into a lethal threat by the ghosts of her past. The horses felt the sudden surge of tension through the lines. They tossed their heads, manes crusted with ice. The jingle of the harness was the only heartbeat in the vast white world. He saw the way she stared at his hand. She wasn't seeing a farmer trying to ward off the consumption. She was seeing the heavy, greedy hands of Manhattan. In that frozen moment, the Nebraska sky vanished for Elena. The clean, biting wind was replaced by the suffocating soot of a New York tenement. She was back in the shadows of the 1870s, where the panic had turned men into wolves. She remembered the sound of heavy boots echoing on a rotten wooden staircase. She remembered the stale, sour smell of cheap gin and unwashed wool. She remembered the man with the red, burst veins in his face and the yellow teeth. He was the one her uncle had borrowed against. He was the one who had cornered her in the dim hallway while the city roared like a furnace outside. "A pretty thing like you shouldn't be wasted on a debt," he had hissed. His hand had been heavy, smelling of industrial grease and cold iron. It was the hand of a man who believed he owned everything his shadow touched. In New York, silence was never a sanctuary for a girl with no name. Silence was merely the prelude to the blow. Silence was the sound of the door being locked from the outside. The city had been a massive, grinding machine designed to turn girls like her into dust. It was a forest of stone where the sun never reached the bottom of the alley. She had spent 18 years learning that a man's reach was always a grab. She believed that kindness was just a slower way to trap a soul. Thomas saw the memory flickering in her eyes like a candle in a gale. He saw the phantom of that harder, crueler life. He didn't speak. He didn't offer a hollow apology. He knew that an apology would only be another weight for her to carry. He slowly drew the blanket back toward his own chest. He folded it with methodical care. He placed it on the seat between them, exactly in the center. He didn't tuck it around her. He didn't touch her sleeve. He left the wool there, a bridge she would have to choose to cross on her own terms. He turned his gaze back to the horses, giving her the gift of invisibility. He snapped the reins with a soft, clicking tss. The wagon lurched forward, breaking the crust of the snow. The rhythm of the wheels returned, a steady grinding against the frozen earth. Elena stayed pressed against the side of the seat, her body a coiled spring. Her knuckles were white as she gripped the edges of the buffalo robe. She watched him from the corner of her eye, searching for the hidden hook. She watched his hands. They were huge, calloused by the plow and the axe. They were scarred by the brutal labor of the Homestead Act, but they stayed firmly on the leather reins. They didn't reach for her again. They didn't demand a thank you or a smile. They simply guided the horses through the white, terrifying void. Thomas felt the cold settling into his own marrow, a familiar ache. He thought about the sod house waiting for them at the end of the trail. It was a small house, built from the very earth they were treading upon. It was a lonely house, standing against the infinite grass, but it was solid. It didn't echo with the screams of 1,000 desperate souls. It didn't smell of rot, coal dust, or broken promises. He wondered if she would ever be able to hear the silence of the plains without hearing a threat. He wondered if he was the right man to teach her that peace was a real thing. The sun began to dip toward the jagged horizon. It was a pale, orange orb struggling behind a curtain of gray clouds. The light was fading with a sudden, predatory speed. The shadows on the snow turned a deep, bruised purple. They passed a ruined soddy, its roof caved in by the weight of a previous blizzard. It was a grim warning to all who dared to claim this land. The West didn't care about a man's good intentions. It only cared about the grit of his endurance. Justice out here wasn't found in a courtroom, it was found in the warmth of a stove. Elena's breathing finally began to slow to a human pace. The primal panic was receding, leaving behind a hollow, aching exhaustion. She looked at the gray wool blanket sitting on the seat. It was only inches away, yet it felt like it was across an ocean. She could see the individual fibers, coarse, honest, and strong. She looked at Thomas's profile against the dying light. His jaw was set firmly against the northern wind. He looked like a permanent part of the landscape, rugged and unmoving. He wasn't the noise of New York. I wasn't the greed of her uncle. He wasn't the man with the yellow teeth who traded in human misery. He was a man who let a blanket sit in the middle of a wagon because she had asked for space without saying a single word. The realization hit her with a strange, frightening warmth. It felt like a small, glowing coal placed gently in her chest. She slowly moved her hand from beneath the safety of the buffalo robe. Her fingers were stiff, blue-tinged with the encroaching frost. She reached out, her touch as light as a single falling snowflake. She grasped the corner of the gray wool blanket. She didn't look at Thomas. She didn't want him to see the hope that felt like a betrayal of her survival instincts. She pulled the blanket over her lap, layering it over the heavy fur. The added weight felt like a shield against the world. Thomas felt the slight shift in the wagon's balance. He didn't turn his head to gloat. I didn't acknowledge the small victory with a word. He knew that trust on the frontier wasn't built with grand speeches or signed papers. It was built in the agonizing inches a person was willing to move toward the light. She had moved 3 inches. It was the greatest distance he had ever seen a human being travel. The wind began to howl, a mournful, ancient sound that echoed across the treeless plains. The horses leaned into their harness, their ears pricked forward as they sensed home. The faint, sweet scent of burning cottonwood began to drift on the freezing air. It was barely there, a ghost of a scent. But it was the smell of a destination. Somewhere ahead, in the gathering dark, a fire was already waiting to be fed. A cast iron stove was ready to radiate the heat of 1,000 summers. A dirt floor was swept clean, waiting for the sound of boots. Elena huddled deeper into the layers of wool and fur. She looked out at the vastness of the Nebraska night, for the first time since she left the docks. It didn't look like a void. It looked like a magnificent, frozen distance between her and the city that had tried to kill her spirit. In the heart of the cold, she felt the first true pulse of dignity. She was no longer a debt to be collected. She was a woman wrapped in gray wool, moving toward a hearth of her own. The horses pulled harder, their breath forming clouds of silver in the moonlight. The journey was long, but the bridge had been crossed. The darkness was no longer a shroud, it was a blanket. The wagon wheels gave one final, agonizing creak before falling silent. The silence of the Nebraska prairie was not an absence of sound. It was a physical weight. It pressed against the wagon, heavier than the iron-rimmed wheels. Thomas pulled the reins with a final, steady pressure. The horses stood still, their heads bowing toward the frozen dirt. He sat for a heartbeat, his hands still gripping the leather. Elena felt the world stop turning. The cabin stood before them, a low mound of earth shaped into a home. This was a soddy, a house built from the very ground beneath her feet. In the late 1800s, the Homestead Act promised 160 acres to anyone brave enough to survive them. But the law never mentioned the price of the soul. The thick walls of cut turf were designed to keep out the killing winds. To a woman from the stone and brick of New York, it looked like a grave waiting for a tenant. Thomas climbed down. His boots made a hollow, ringing sound on the permafrost. He didn't reach for her. He didn't demand her attention. He walked to the back of the wagon with a limp she hadn't noticed before. It was a slow, rhythmic drag of his left heel. That limp was the price of a winter that refused to break. He unlatched the tailgate. The metal groaned, a lonely sound that echoed across the flat horizon. He picked up her valise as if it were filled with feathers instead of her entire life. "We're here," he said. His voice was a low rumble, weathered like the siding of an old barn. "The government gave the land, but the wind tries to take it back every day." Elena looked at the small, square window. It was the only eye in the face of the dark house. She sat gripped by the sudden terror of the destination. The journey had been a transition, a limbo between the misery she knew and the mystery she feared. Now, the limbo was over. This pile of wood and mud was the rest of her life. She stood up, her joints popping like dry kindling. She waited for the expected grab, the rough hand of a man claiming his property. It never came. Thomas stepped back, creating a wide circle of respect. He waited for her to choose the ground. She stepped down, her boots finding the slick, unforgiving ice. She wobbled. Her heart leaped into her throat. Thomas moved his arm, a solid beam of oak. He didn't touch her skin. He offered the sleeve of his heavy coat as a steadying post. She gripped the rough wool. It was cold, but the man beneath it was a furnace. "Watch the ice on the porch," he warned. He led her to the door. It was a massive slab of timber, scarred by seasons of grit and storm. He pushed it open. The air that rushed out was stale, smelling of cold soot and old dreams. Elena followed him inside, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. It was pitch black. She heard him move, the scuff of his boots against the dirt floor. He struck a match. The sulfur flared blue and yellow, illuminating his face for a fleeting second. He looked older in the lamplight. The lines around his eyes were deep trenches of exhaustion. He lit the wick of a small tin lamp. The flame grew, a warm, oily yellow that pushed back the edges of the dark. The smell of burning tallow filled the room, heavy and animal. Elena looked around the single room. It was smaller than the tenements she had fled, but it was profoundly different. The walls were solid. There was no sound of neighbors weeping or fighting through the laths. There was only the house and the wind. Thomas walked to the large cast-iron stove. It was a black beast waiting to be fed. He knelt before it, his large frame dwarfing the hearth. His movements were a prayer. He laid thin strips of cedar kindling. He added chunks of hard coal, the black diamonds of the plains. The first spark caught. The fire didn't just burn, it roared. It was a hungry thing, reclaiming the room from the ice. Soon, the stove began to groan as the iron expanded. The scent of pine smoke began to drift, cutting through the heavy smell of the tallow. "Sit," Thomas said, gesturing to a chair by the stove. It was a simple chair, the seat made of woven rawhide. Elena sat, her body beginning to thrum with the sudden influx of heat. It was painful. The blood rushed back into her frozen fingers with a stinging bite. She watched him move to a small cupboard. His size might have frightened anyone who did not know him. Everything she had been taught in the Bowery told her that size meant cruelty. Yet, he moved through the small kitchen area with the grace of a man used to fragile things. He took a heavy iron pot and poured water from a stone crock. He didn't clatter the dishes. He didn't make unnecessary noise. He reached into a burlap sack and pulled out a dried root. He sliced it into the pot with a knife that had seen 1,000 winters. Then came a slab of salted beef. He cut it into tiny, manageable cubes. The knife whispered against the wood of the table. Elena found herself mesmerized by his hands. They were huge, the skin the color of well-oiled saddle leather. The scars on his knuckles were thick and white. They were hands strong enough to split frozen timber. But right now, they were carefully trimming the fat off the meat. He was cooking for her, not as a servant and not as a master. He was a host to a traveler. The realization made her eyes sting. In New York, her uncle would throw a heel of stale bread at her and call it a meal. Here, this stranger was tending to her hunger as if it were a sacred task. The steam began to rise from the pot. It carried the scent of salt and onions. It was a humble smell, but to Elena, it was the scent of salvation. The heat from the stove was becoming intense. Thomas stood up and began to unbutton his heavy coat. He hung it on a peg by the door. He revealed a flannel shirt worn thin at the elbows. His shoulders were broad. His back was straight despite the years of labor. He moved to the corner where a single bed stood. It was a simple frame, but the mattress was thick with corn husks. He picked up a quilt that lay folded at the foot. It was a wedding ring pattern, stitched with 1,000 tiny, uneven stitches. The colors were faded denim blues, calico pinks, and sage greens. It was the only bit of color in the entire room. He laid it across the bed, smoothing it with a calloused palm. His hand lingered on the fabric for a second too long. Elena saw his fingers tremble. "My mother made this for a house that never got built," he said softly. "She finished it years before I ever met Sarah." His voice didn't break, but the weight of the memory bowed his shoulders. "She died during a winter storm 5 years ago. She was found only 10 feet from the door. She had wrapped her own coat around a newborn lamb she was trying to save." He looked at the quilt, his eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. "She believed that mercy was the only thing that lasted. I think she'd want you to have the warmth tonight." Elena felt a hot tear spill over her cheek. It wasn't a tear of sadness, it was a tear of recognition. She saw the soul of a man who had been carved out by loss. He had lost his family to the wind. She had lost her family to the greed of the city. They were both survivors of different storms. Dignity, she realized, was not something given by a court or a king. It was reclaimed in the silence of a sod house. It was found in the way a man offered a quilt that held his mother's ghost. Thomas gripped the edges of the heavy wool blankets. He pulled them back with a slow, deliberate snap. The sound echoed in the small cabin like a distant gunshot. Elena stood by the hearth, her shadow stretching long and thin against the rough-hewn logs. Her voice was a fragile thing, brittle as the ice on the window pane. "What are you doing?" Thomas did not look up. He focused on the geometry of the fabric, folding a rug into a precise rectangle. "The bed is yours," he said. His voice was a low rumble, the sound of stones grinding in a riverbed. Elena clutched her shawl. "Where will you stay?" He gestured toward the floorboards directly in front of the iron stove. "I've slept on harder ground than this. Many times." He spread a buffalo robe over the wood. The fur was thick, matted, and smelled of old smoke and survival. He added a single, thin blanket on top. He rolled his heavy winter coat into a makeshift pillow. "I was ceding the only true comfort in the house." He was a king abdicating his throne for a stranger who arrived with nothing but a suitcase of sorrow. Elena looked at the quilt. The patterns were faded stars and jagged mountains. It looked like a sanctuary. "I can't take your bed, Thomas." He stopped. His hands rested on the buffalo fur. Slowly, he turned his head. The lamplight caught the amber in his eyes, revealing the map of lines etched by the Nebraska sun. "You're my wife, Elena." The word was a heavy weight. It carried the legal force of the document they signed at the station. But his tone lacked the edge of ownership. It sounded like a vow. "But you're also a guest," he added softly. "Until you decide otherwise, this house serves you." He turned back to the stove. The fire inside the iron belly roared, a captive beast providing the only warmth in 1,000 square miles. He stirred the pot, the wooden spoon scraping the bottom. A man who makes a lady sleep on the floor isn't much of a man at all. He spoke not of gallantry, but of a code forged in the mud of Virginia during the war. He ladled the broth into a ceramic bowl. The steam rose, obscuring his face for a second. He set it on the table. The spoon beside it was polished to a silver gleam. "Eat. The cold is a thief. It steals your spirit before it steals your breath." He walked to the far corner. He sat on a low stool. The distance between them felt like a canyon. He began to unlace his boots. The leather was cracked, caked with the gray dust of the prairie. Elena approached the table. She didn't sit. She stood, holding the warm bowl. The heat seeped into her palms, thawing fingers that had been numb since Chicago. She looked at him. He wasn't watching. He wasn't waiting for a thank you. He wasn't calculating what he was owed. He was simply there, a quiet guardian in a world that had always demanded too much from her. She ate slowly. The strength returned to her limbs like a rising tide. The knot of fear in her chest loosened. It didn't disappear. It just became a dull, manageable ache. She set the spoon down. Click. The sound was sharp in the silence. Thomas stood immediately. He took the bowl. He washed it in a basin, his large, calloused hands moving with surprising grace. He handled the ceramic as if it were eggshell. There's a screen behind the bed. He pointed to a frame of wood and burlap. For your privacy. He didn't wait for her to respond. He reached for the lamp. The wick hissed. The flame died. The room plunged into a thick, velvet darkness. Only the red glow of the stove's vents remained. Elena moved toward the bed. She felt the grain of the wood. She found the quilt. She lay down, fully clothed, her heart hammering against her ribs. The corn husks rustled. It was the sound of the earth. She listened. The wind lashed the logs outside. The stove popped as the wood settled, and then she heard it. The steady, rhythmic breathing of the man on the floor. He was only a few feet away. The silhouette of his massive frame was a dark mountain against the red embers. He was a man of iron and scars, a man who had bought her freedom with a debt he now carried. She didn't know how to solve him. The New York Elena would have hidden a knife under the pillow. She would have stayed awake, waiting for the inevitable betrayal. But the Nebraska air was different. It was honest. The smell of pine and tallow acted like a sedative. She watched the red light dance on the ceiling. It looked like a heartbeat. For the first time in 18 years, the door was locked. And the man on the other side of it wasn't trying to break in. I was holding the door shut against the world. She closed her eyes. The silence was no longer an empty void. It was a shield. Thomas lay on the hard floorboards. The wood pressed against his old injuries. His hip, shattered by a minié ball at the Battle of the Wilderness, throbbed with a dull, insistent heat. His shoulder was stiff from years of breaking sod. But he welcomed the pain. It reminded him he was still standing. He listened to the girl. He waited for her breathing to slow. He had lived in this cabin for 5 years. 5 years of silence. 5 years of talking to the wind and the oxen. Sharing the air with another soul was a heavy thing. He looked at the red glow of the fire. He thought about the winter ahead. Years on the prairie had taught him that the land showed no mercy. He hoped the soup was enough. He hoped he was man enough. Outside, the first flakes of the storm struck the glass. Soft, relentless. Inside, 2 strangers slept in a circle of dying heat. The house was an island in an ocean of white. It was a beginning. A whisper in the dark. Morning came not with a sun, but with a blinding whiteness. The light pierced the frost on the windows like needles of fire. Elena opened her eyes. The weight of the quilt felt like a hand on her chest. For a heartbeat, she panicked. She expected the roar of the elevated train. She expected the smell of coal smoke and her uncle's heavy tread on the stairs. But there was only the silence of the plains. A silence so deep it had a physical weight. Then came the smell. Charred wood, rendered fat, the yeasty, warm aroma of bread browning near a flame. It was the smell of a home, not a boarding house. She sat up. The corn husks whispered. Thomas was gone from the floor. The buffalo robe was rolled neatly against the wall. The stove glowed a soft, dull orange. Elena pulled her shawl tight. She stepped onto the floor. The wood was cold, biting into her feet. She went behind the burlap screen. She smoothed her hair with trembling fingers. She looked in the small, cracked mirror on the washstand. The woman staring back looked different. The hollows beneath her eyes were less gray. She saw a small, hand-carved wooden bird sitting on the edge of the washstand. It was crude but beautiful. The wings were spread as if in mid-flight. She touched it. The wood was smooth, worn down by someone's thumb. There was a small scrap of paper tucked beneath it. The handwriting was jagged, the work of a man more used to a plow than a pen. The well is frozen. I am at the creek. Stay by the fire. Elena held the paper to her chest. It wasn't a command. It was a protection. She walked to the window. The world was gone. There was only white. The sky and the earth had merged into a single, terrifying void. She saw a figure in the distance, a dark shape moving through the drifts. I was hauling a sledge of ice blocks. His head was bowed against the wind. He moved with a slow persistence. This was the price of a life here. This was the definition of courage. It wasn't a grand charge on a battlefield. It was walking into a white hell to make sure a stranger had water. She felt a tear prick her eye. It wasn't a tear of sadness. It was the sting of dignity returning. She realized then that Thomas hadn't just bought her out of debt. The morning light was a cold, thin blade slicing through the frost on the window pane. It illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, golden ghosts. Elena stepped out from behind the canvas screen. Her movements were hesitant. She felt like an intruder in a sanctuary built of cedar and silence. Thomas stood at the cast-iron stove. His silhouette was a mountain of flannel and quiet strength against the dawn. I was taller than he had seemed in the flickering lamplight of the storm. His shoulders were broad, bearing the invisible weight of the Homestead Act. He was a man who had staked his claim on 160 acres of unforgiving sod. The scent of rendered salt pork filled the room. It was a rich, heavy aroma that spoke of survival. On the edge of the heat, a loaf of sourdough bread sat sliced and toasted. He did not turn his head. He knew the exact moment her feet touched the bare floorboards. "Morning," he said. His voice was a low, resonant hum. It felt like the vibration of a cello string in the small cabin. "Morning," she replied. The word felt brittle. It was a leaf caught in a late autumn frost. She had not spoken a kind word to a man in years. In the crowded tenements of New York, words were weapons or currency. Here, in the vast emptiness of the Nebraska prairie, words felt like prayers. Thomas gestured with a calloused hand toward a tin pot. "Coffee is hot," he murmured. "It is mostly chicory and grit, but it will put iron in your blood." Elena walked toward the table. Each step was a negotiation with her own fear. She looked at his hands. They were scarred and stained by the earth. They were the hands of a man who fought the soil for every calorie. She saw a stack of mismatched ceramic plates on a high shelf. They were relics of a different life. Perhaps they belonged to a mother who had died on the trail. Perhaps they were the last remnants of a family broken by the long depression of 1873. "Let me help," she said. Her voice was a sliver of silver in the gray light. She reached for the top plate. Her fingers were pale against the dark wood of the shelf. She felt the urge to be useful, to earn the air she was breathing. In her uncle's house, an idle girl was a target for a heavy belt. In the city, silence was a luxury she could never afford. Thomas looked over his shoulder. His amber eyes were steady. They held the patience of a man who watched the seasons change. "You do not have to," he said softly. "You are still as fragile as a winter wheat sprout." Elena did not listen. She needed to prove her worth. She needed to show him she was more than a debt he had settled. She grabbed 2 plates. Suddenly, a tremor started in her wrists. It was the delayed shock of the journey. It was the ghost of every hand that had ever struck her. Her vision blurred for a heartbeat. The floor seemed to tilt like the deck of the ship that brought her over. Her foot caught on a knot in the pine board. The plate slipped. The sound of the crash was a thunderclap in the stillness. White ceramic exploded into 100 jagged stars. The shards skittered across the floor like ice on a frozen pond. Elena froze. Her heart hammered against her ribs. It was a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. She braced herself. She squeezed her eyes shut. She waited for the roar of anger. She waited for the sting of a palm across her cheek. She waited for the insults that had defined her entire young life. She pulled her shoulders toward her ears. The silence that followed was terrifying. It was the heavy, suffocating silence before a cyclone. Seconds stretched into an eternity. The only sound was the rhythmic sizzle of the pork. Thomas did not move quickly. He did not shout. He did not even draw a sharp breath. Elena opened one eye. Her breath was a jagged knot in her throat. Thomas had set the heavy skillet on the back of the stove. He walked toward her. His heavy leather boots thudded softly, rhythmically. He stopped a few feet away. He did not cross the invisible boundary of her panic. He looked down at the ruins of his plates. Elena dropped to her knees. She reached for the sharp edges with trembling fingers. "I am sorry," she sobbed. The words were a dam breaking. "I will pay for them. I will work the fields." I will scrub the floors until they bleed. I did not mean to be so clumsy. Stop, he said. The word was not a command. It was a soft request, draped in velvet. He reached for a wooden broom leaning against the log wall. Stand back, Elena, he said gently. You will cut your feet. He began to sweep the pieces into a neat pile. His movements were slow and deliberate. He handled the broom with a rugged, honest grace. Elena stood paralyzed. Her hands were bunched in the fabric of her tattered skirt. You are not angry, she whispered. Her voice was barely a breath of wind. Thomas paused. He leaned on the broom handle. He looked at her with a gaze that saw past her scars. There was no fire in his eyes. There was only a vast, quiet ocean of empathy. It is just clay, Elena, he said. I have broken more things in this cabin than I care to remember. He swept the shards into a dustpan. He carried them to the waste bin near the door. Dirt and dishes are easily mended, he added. People are the only things that stay broken if you treat them with cruelty. He returned to the stove. He flipped the salt pork with a steady hand. Elena felt a strange, terrifying warmth in her chest. It was the sensation of ice melting under a sudden sun. Kindness was a language she did not speak. She had spent her life building a fortress of cold iron around her soul. But Thomas was not trying to scale the walls. He was simply planting flowers at the gate. He placed 2 new plates on the table. He set them down with exaggerated care as if they were made of gold. He ladled a scoop of thick, peppery gravy over the bread. He added the crisp pork. He pulled out a chair for her. Eat, he said. The wind is rising again. We will need the fuel for the work ahead. Elena sat down. Her legs felt like water. She picked up a fork. Her fingers were still vibrating with a fine, electric tremor. She took a bite of the bread. The gravy was rich and savory. The salt pork was a smoky revelation on her tongue. It was the food of the frontier, seasoned with the sweat of a protector. Thomas sat across from her. His own plate was piled high. He ate in silence. He gave her the space she needed to breathe. He did not ask about the bruises on her spirit. I did not demand a story of her suffering. He simply shared the morning. Elena looked at him over the rim of her coffee cup. The chicory was bitter and grounding. She realized then that this man was a rare breed. He lived by the rhythms of the earth and the laws of the heart. He did not care about the debts of the city. He did not care about the sins of her kin. To him, she was not a commodity or a mail-order mistake. She was a human being who had simply dropped a plate. And to him, that was nothing at all. She felt the first real crack in her armor. It was a hairline fracture in the darkness. But light was beginning to leak through. The fear was still there, a shadow in the corner. But the sunlight on the rough-hewn table was real. The smell of the rising bread was real. The silence between them was no longer a threat. It was a bridge made of cedar and grace. She looked at the empty spot on the shelf. She realized she was no longer waiting for a blow. She was waiting for his next word. She thought of the stories of the schoolhouse blizzard. She remembered hearing of teachers who froze to death saving their students. She saw that same quiet heroism in the way he held his coffee cup. True courage was not found in a scream of defiance. It was found in the steady hand that swept up broken glass. Justice was not a judge's gavel in a distant courtroom. It was a man making sure a broken woman felt safe at his table. Dignity was not a fine dress or a title. It was the right to make a mistake and still be worthy of breakfast. Thomas finished his meal. He stood up and carried his plate to the dry sink. He looked out the window at the rolling, white infinity of the prairie. I have to check the fences, he said. The snow has drifted high against the north line. The cattle will be huddling in the draw. He turned back to her. For a second, his hand hovered near her shoulder. He did not touch her, but she felt the heat of him. Stay by the fire, Tar, he said. The house is yours today. He pulled on his heavy sheepskin coat. He stepped out into the biting cold. Elena watched him through the glass. The world outside was a white hell. But inside, the stove was glowing red. She picked up a cloth. She began to wipe the table. She was no longer a ghost in a living man's house. She was a woman beginning to live again. The debt was being paid in the currency of the soul. And for the first time in her life, she felt rich. She looked at the door. She waited for the sound of his return. The prairie was vast and lonely, but the cabin was a fortress of mercy. She began to hum a song she thought she had forgotten. It was a melody of hope, thin but true. The blizzard could howl at the eaves, the frost could climb the walls. But the fire was tended, the bread was baked, she was home. The door clicked shut. The heavy latch bit into the frame. Thomas was gone into the white void of the Nebraska morning. Elena stood in the sudden silence of the cabin. The air felt different now. The weight of the master had evaporated with his footsteps. She looked at the floor. The grease stain from the broken plate remained. Thomas had told her to leave it. He had offered to scrub it himself. A man like him, with hands like iron, offering to do a kitchen chore. In the tenements of New York, such a thing was unheard of. A mistake there meant a blow to the face. It meant being cast out into the freezing slush of the Bowery. Here, it only meant a quiet word. Elena walked to the basin. She did not sit idle as he had suggested. She took the rag. She knelt on the rough-hewn floorboards. She began to scrub. She worked with a slow, meditative intensity. This was not an act of submission, it was an act of possession. Every inch of the wood she cleaned became a piece of her territory. She looked at the hearth. The fire was a living thing. It required her attention to survive. She felt a strange, flickering sense of pride. She was the keeper of the flame in this wilderness. She was the one who held the line against the frost. She finished the floor and stood up. Her joints ached, but the ache was clean. She moved to the window. She used her thumb to clear a circle in the frost. Outside, the world was a canvas of blinding white. The 1862 Homestead Act had promised land to the brave, but it had not warned them of the loneliness. She saw a dark shape near the barn. Thomas. He was a silhouette against the drifts. He moved with a limp she hadn't noticed before. It was a heavy, rhythmic hitch in his step. She watched him haul a bale of hay. The wind tried to knock him down. He simply leaned into it. He was like the sod houses of the plains, low to the earth, impossible to uproot. Elena felt a sudden, sharp pang in her chest. It wasn't fear. It was recognition. She realized she didn't know the name of the man she had married, just she knew the name on the legal paper, Thomas Blackwood. But she didn't know the man inside the sheepskin coat. She turned away from the window. The cabin was small. One room, a bed, a stove, a table, a life stripped down to its barest essentials. She walked to the bed and touched the quilt. It was heavy. The stitching was uneven in places. She wondered who had made it. A mother, a sister, a woman who had died on the trail. The colors were faded but warm. They represented a hope that had been sewn together by hand. She sat on the edge of the mattress. She realized she was waiting for him to come back. Not because she was hungry, not because she was cold, but because the silence of the prairie was too big for one person. The hours crawled by. The sun was a pale ghost behind the clouds. When the door finally opened, a swirl of snow followed him in. Thomas looked like a statue made of ice. His beard was white with frost. He didn't speak. He moved to the stove and began to unbutton his coat. Elena rose quickly. She didn't ask permission. She stepped behind him and helped pull the heavy sheepskin from his shoulders. He stiffened for a second. Then, he let his breath out in a long, ragged sigh. "Thank you," he muttered. The words were rusty. He sat in the chair by the fire. He reached for a piece of leather on the floor. It was a harness, cracked and worn by years of labor. He pulled a small tin of oil from his pocket. The room filled with the scent of neatsfoot oil and cedar. Elena sat across from him. She found a basket with a half-finished sock and some needles. She began to knit. The click of the needles matched the rhythmic rubbing of his cloth. The firelight danced across his face. It revealed things the daylight hid. The deep lines around his eyes weren't just from the sun, they were from a decade of squinting against things he didn't want to see. She looked at his hands. The oil made them glisten like polished bronze. Then she saw the marks. They weren't the calluses of a farmer. There was a jagged white line that started at his wrist. It spiraled up his forearm until it disappeared under his sleeve. It looked like lightning frozen in flesh. Near his thumb, there was a circular scar, puckered, deep. The mark of a lead ball. Elena stopped knitting. The silence became heavy. Thomas didn't look up, but his hand slowed on the leather. The war, she whispered. It wasn't a question. Thomas gripped the harness tight. The Great Rebellion, he said. His voice was a low, hollow rumble. Some call it that. He turned his hand over. He stared at the palm as if reading a map of a forgotten country. July 3rd, 1863, he said. The date hung in the air like a death sentence. Gettysburg. Elena felt the blood drain from her face. Every person in America knew that name. It was the place where the earth had turned into a slaughterhouse. I was in the 2nd Wisconsin, he continued. The Iron Brigade, he looked into the flames. We fought west of Gettysburg on the first day. The air wasn't air anymore. It was just iron and sulfur. I watched boys I had grown up with disappear into smoke and confusion. Some never came home. A young Confederate soldier came at me with a bayonet. He was frightened, and so was I. Only one of us walked away, and I've spent every night since then wondering why my life was worth more than his. He looked at Elena then. His eyes were wet, reflecting the orange glow of the embers. People think we won because we were right, but we didn't win. We just survived. I came to Nebraska because the wind doesn't sound like cannons. I came here because I wanted to build something that didn't involve blood. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a raw whisper. In New York, they sold you to me for a handful of gold. They told me I needed a wife to keep the house. They told me you were a commodity. He shook his head slowly. But I've seen enough men treated like property. I've seen men bought and sold in the South. I've seen soldiers traded like chess pieces by generals who slept in silk tents. I will not have that in this cabin. He reached out. His hand hovered over the table between them. He didn't touch her. He waited. A partner, he said. That is the only thing I ever wanted. Someone to stand against the wind with. Someone to remind me that the world is still capable of kindness. Elena felt a tear escape and track down her cheek. She saw the man now, not a master, not a provider, but a soul as broken and rebuilt as her own. She realized that his silence wasn't coldness, it was a sanctuary. He was protecting her from his own ghosts. She reached out. She placed her small, scarred hand over his massive, battered one. His skin was hot. His pulse was a steady, thumping drum. For the first time, she didn't pull away. I am not a servant, Thomas, she said. Her voice was clear. It didn't tremble. And I am no longer a ghost. He turned his hand over and laced his fingers with hers. The grip was firm. It was the contract of two survivors. The floor is clean, she said softly. Thomas managed a ghost of a smile. I noticed. He squeezed her hand. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to check the traps. The prairie is a thief. It takes what it can, but together we might just keep what's ours. The wind howled against the sod walls. The blizzard screamed in the chimney, but inside the fire was tended, the shadows were pushed back, and for the first time in his life, the soldier felt he was finally home. I didn't send for a shout. Elena. Thomas's voice was a low rasp against the cabin walls. The kerosene lamp flickered. It cast his profile in jagged amber. I wanted someone to sit across this table so the silence didn't feel like a grave. He looked at her, truly looked at her. I want a wife who meets my eyes because she chooses to, not because the law demands it. I want someone to build a world with, not a servant to build one for me. Elena didn't pull away. She didn't flinch. For the first time since she stepped off the Union Pacific train into the killing frost, she didn't feel like prey. The rabbit in the snare had stopped kicking. She looked at his hands. They were ruined, powerful things. They were the tools of a man who had traded a rifle for a plow. She realized then that his silence wasn't a wall, it was a sanctuary. He had built a fortress of quiet to keep out the screams of the past. Now he was holding the door open for her. He was shielding her from the echoes of her own life. She reached out. Her pale, slender hand hovered over his scarred palm. She brushed her fingertips against the long, white ridge on his wrist. The skin felt like sun-warmed leather. It was tough. It was permanent. Thomas held his breath. His chest remained perfectly still. like a hunter waiting in the brush. Elena looked up. She met his gaze with a terrifying clarity. The fear that had been her only inheritance for 18 years finally withered. It flickered like a dying candle and went out. She saw the man behind the jagged lines. She saw the young soldier who had survived Gettysburg and the wilderness. "I'm not afraid, Thomas," she said. The words were soft. They were the heaviest thing she had ever spoken. "I'm just learning how to exist in the light," Thomas exhaled. It was a long, shaky sound. It carried the weight of 1,000 miles of dust and regret. He turned his hand over. He caught her fingers in his. He didn't squeeze, he simply held them. It was a silent pact written in the firelight. "We'll learn together," he whispered. "The Nebraska prairie is a vast ocean. There's enough room for both our ghosts to drown." Outside, the wind rattled the window panes with icy fingers, but the sod house felt like a citadel. Elena felt the grime of New York City slipping away. The debt her uncle had traded her for was becoming a ghost. The shame of being sold to a stranger was fading into the corners of the room. There was only the scent of pine, the oil on the leather, and a man who asked for nothing but her presence. She squeezed his hand back. Her pulse was a steady drumbeat. The war was over, for the soldier, for the survivor. She looked at his scars again. They no longer looked like injuries. They looked like the map of a long road leading home. "Tell me more," she said. "Not about the blood. Tell me about the first time you saw this valley." Thomas smiled. It was a small, genuine spark that touched the corners of his mouth. He began to talk about the tall grass sea. He spoke of the big bluestem that grew higher than a man on horseback. He described the elk that emerged from the morning mist like ancient spirits. Elena listened, her heart open like a flower seeking the first rays of March. For the first time, she wasn't calculating the distance to the door. She was looking at the man in front of her. The Nebraska winter felt a little less cruel. The cabin was filled with a voice that didn't command, but shared. The shadows on the wall were no longer monsters. They were just the shapes of two people finding a way out of the dark. Morning arrived with a sky the color of a bruised plum. The frost had crawled across the glass in jagged, crystalline teeth. Outside, the wind screamed across the flat emptiness. It was a hungry, hollow sound. It searched for every crack in the cedar logs. Inside, the air was thin. It was sharp enough to sting the throat. Elena shivered under the heavy buffalo robes. Her breath was a white ghost in the dim gray light. The hearth had gone cold in the dead of the night. She watched Thomas move. He was already dressed in his thick canvas coat. He moved with the grace of a man used to the cold. He didn't make a sound, but his presence was a solid weight. He knelt before the great cast iron stove. It was the black heart of their small world. Elena sat up. She wrapped a wool shawl tight around her narrow shoulders. "I tried to keep the embers alive," she whispered. Her voice was raspy from the chill. Thomas paused. His hand rested on the heavy iron latch. "The wind shifted at midnight," he said softly. "It sucked the heat right out of the flue." He looked back at her. His eyes were the color of autumn wheat. "A fire in this country is a jealous thing, Elena. If you turn your back on it for a second, it leaves you." He beckoned her over. Elena climbed out of the warmth. Her feet flinched as they hit the freezing floorboards. She hurried to the stove. She knelt beside him on the braided rug. The stove was a massive, soot-stained beast. It smelled of old ash and charred cedar. "The wood is just the body," Thomas said. He opened the small iron door. "But the air is the soul." He pointed to a slide at the base. "This is the damper. Leave it wide, and the fire burns with a young man's temper. It will be bright and fast, but it will consume everything before the sun rises. You have to pace the heat, or you'll be left in the dark." Elena watched his hands. They were steady. Thomas reached into a copper bucket. He pulled out a handful of dry pine shavings. He arranged them in a delicate pyramid. "You have to give the flame a place to climb," he explained. "It wants to reach for the sky, even in a box of iron." He struck a match against the side of the stove. The sulfur scent filled the room. It was sharp and clean. He touched the flame to the shavings. A tiny, orange light flickered. It took hold. It was a fragile thing against the vast, crushing cold of the plains. Thomas didn't move. I'd watched the flame with the intensity of a prayer. Now, he said. He reached for the small coal shovel. You have to feed it, but you mustn't choke it. He handed the shovel to Elena. The iron was heavy. It was biting cold in her grip. Her hands were trembling. Her fingers were stiff from the morning air. She scooped a small pile of charcoal. Her movements were jerky. She was uncertain. As she reached toward the orange glow, the shovel wavered. She was afraid of the heat. She was desperate for the warmth. Thomas moved then. It was a slow, deliberate motion. He reached out. He placed his hand over hers on the handle of the shovel. It was the first time he had touched her with intent in the light of day. His palm was broad. It was incredibly warm. Elena's breath hitched. She didn't pull away. She felt the roughness of his calluses against her knuckles. She felt the strength beneath his skin. It was the strength of a man who had carried his fallen comrades through the mud of Virginia. It was the strength of a man who had chosen to build instead of destroy. He didn't squeeze her hand. He simply steadied it. His touch was a promise. It was the stability she had never known in the chaotic streets of the 5 Points. Easy, he murmured. He was so close she could feel the heat of his breath. Steady as the horizon, Elena. He guided her hand. He tilted the shovel just enough. The coals dropped softly beside the flickering wood. The fire roared in response. You see, he said, we don't just survive the winter. We command it. Elena looked at their joined hands, dark and light, scarred and smooth. The heat from the stove began to radiate, but the warmth in her chest had nothing to do with the fire. She realized that for the first time in her life, she wasn't a piece of property. She was a partner. She was a woman standing on the edge of the world, holding the fire. Thank you, she whispered. Thomas didn't let go. He kept his hand over hers for a moment longer. The prairie could howl. The snow could bury the world. But inside the iron and the sod, the flame was growing, and for once, it was enough. The heat began to bloom, a soft radiation that touched her face like a memory of summer. Wait for the red, Thomas whispered, his voice a low vibration in the small room. When the coals glow like a sunset, that's when the stove is truly awake. They sat there for a long moment, frozen in the orange light that carved deep shadows into the sod walls. His hand remained over hers, a bridge between two solitudes that had finally found a shared shore. Elena felt the warmth of his body radiating through the thick, salt and pepper wool of his heavy coat. It was a different kind of heat than the fire. It was human. It was safe. In the crowded tenements of New York, touch had always been a demand or a threat. It was a landlord's hand grabbing an arm to extort rent she didn't have. It was a stranger's shoulder shoving past her in a dark, damp hallway filled with the smell of despair. But Thomas's hand was a guide, steady and patient. It was a teacher's hand, honoring her strength rather than testing her weakness. He eventually pulled back, his movements slow and deliberate to give her the space she had never been granted in her previous life. He didn't apologize for the touch, nor did he linger with the desperation of a lonely man. He simply watched her as she took another scoop of coal on her own. This time, her hand did not tremble. She dropped the fuel into the heart of the flame with the precision of a clockmaker. A low, rhythmic rumble started deep within the belly of the iron. The stove was beginning to draw the air, an industrial heartbeat in the middle of the wilderness. She's breathing now, Thomas said, a hint of a smile softening the hard lines of his face. He stood up, his joints popping like dry twigs in the quiet room. Elena looked up at him, the orange glow dancing in her dark, inquisitive eyes. The fear that had defined her for years was being replaced by a quiet, fierce curiosity. Does it ever get easier? She asked, her voice barely audible over the crackling cedar. The cold. Thomas looked at the window, where the Nebraska wind was still battering the glass with icy fingers. The cold stays the same, he said, his eyes reflecting a lifetime of winters. But the house gets warmer. The more we work it, the better the logs hold the heat. He walked to the corner and picked up the water bucket, his silhouette tall and imposing against the dawn. I'll head to the well before the ice thickens any further. Keep the damper half shut once the wood starts to whistle. Elena watched him walk toward the door, feeling the sudden void in the air where he had stood. He stopped for a second, his calloused hand resting on the iron latch. You did well, Elena, the fire belongs to you now. The door opened, letting in a swirl of white snow and a blast of Arctic air that threatened to extinguish the light. Then it slammed shut, leaving her in the growing, golden warmth of the room. Elena turned back to the stove, watching the flames licking at the iron walls. She could still feel the ghost of his hand on hers, a lingering heat that the prairie wind couldn't touch. She reached out and adjusted the damper just as he had shown her, listening for the whistle of the wood. She felt a strange, new sense of pride, a dignity that came from mastery over the elements. She was no longer just a guest or a passenger in this house. She was the keeper of the light. She was the one who would hold the winter at bay while he was gone. She leaned closer to the iron, letting the heat seep into her bones, erasing the chill of her past. The crackle of the cedar sounded like a conversation, a language of survival she was finally beginning to speak. She thought about his scars, the ones on his hands and the ones hidden beneath his quiet voice. She thought about the way he stood between her and the wind, not as a master, but as a shield, for the first time. The Nebraska prairie didn't feel like a prison, it felt like a forge, and she was the iron being shaped into something unbreakable. She picked up the shovel again, holding it with a firm, sure grip. The shadows on the wall grew long and soft, reaching out like comforting arms. The smell of burning pine filled the room, sweet and sharp, the scent of a new beginning. Elena closed her eyes and listened to the heart of the house beat in time with her own. It was full of potential, a blank page of white snow waiting for her story. She waited for the sun to break through the plum-colored clouds, knowing the fire would be waiting for it. And so would she. The morning began with a cruel, beautiful lie. The air felt strangely soft, almost like a ghost of spring wandering into the wrong month by mistake. By 10 o'clock, the temperature had climbed so high that the icicles on the eaves began to weep. Elena stood on the porch, her sleeves rolled up for the first time since she had arrived in this harsh land. The sun was a pale, watery disk behind a thin veil of mist, casting a dreamlike glow over the horizon. It was the kind of warmth that made you want to believe the winter was over, a siren song for the weary. Thomas did not look comforted by the sudden thaw. He stood by the pump, his body tense and coiled, sniffing the air like a wary hound. "The birds have gone quiet," he said, his voice low and vibrating with a sudden, sharp edge. Elena looked at the eaves of the house, noticing the eerie stillness. The sparrows that usually chirped for crumbs were gone, vanished as if they had never existed. The prairie was a vast, terrifying bowl of silence. "Is it the thaw?" she asked, hoping for a sliver of good news to hold on to. Thomas shook his head and pointed toward the northwest, his face pale. The horizon wasn't turning gray or black as it did during a normal storm. It was a bruised, sickly yellow, the color of a festering wound. It looked like old parchment stained with sulfur and rot. The barometer in my gut is screaming, "Elena." That color in the sky, I haven't seen that since the war, right before the earth opened up. He turned to her, his eyes narrowed against the unnatural, ghoulish light. "I have to move the cattle to the lee side of the draw immediately. The barn won't hold if the wind comes from the north at that speed." He stepped onto the porch and grabbed a heavy coil of hemp rope, his movements frantic but precise. "Listen to me carefully, and do not forget a word I say. This isn't a normal dusting. This is the kind of storm the old-timers feared. If the sky drops, it will happen in heartbeats." Elena felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. She watched him tie one end of the rope to the heavy timber of the porch post, knotting it with desperate strength. "I'm taking the other end to the barn. If the whiteout comes, don't you dare step off this porch without holding this line. Not for the chickens, not for the water, not even if you think you hear me calling your name." He gripped her shoulder, his fingers digging into the wool of her dress with a fierce, protective urgency. "Promise me, Elena. The prairie kills the people who think they can outsmart it. Justice is a human word, but out here, nature only knows strength. I promise," she whispered, her voice caught in the back of her throat. He didn't linger for a goodbye, for there was no time for sentiment in the face of a titan. He ran toward the corrals, his boots thudding against the softening, treacherous mud. Elena retreated inside and went straight to the window, her heart hammering against her ribs. She wiped the glass with her apron, her eyes fixed on the man shrinking into the distance. The yellow in the sky was deepening, turning a terrifying shade of gold that made the world look like a faded photograph. She watched Thomas wrestling with the gate, his muscles straining as he pushed the stubborn steers toward the ravine. The air outside began to hum, a low-frequency vibration that rattled the china cups on the shelf. It was the sound of the earth itself bracing for an impact. Then, the warmth vanished. It didn't fade, it was snatched away by a monstrous, invisible hand. The temperature plunged with terrifying speed, turning the mist into needles of ice. Elena saw the yellow sky suddenly swallowed by a wall of white that stretched from the ground to the heavens. It wasn't a cloud, it was a mountain of snow moving at the speed of a runaway train. The January 12th blizzard of 1888 had arrived, and it was hungry. She saw Thomas disappear into the white curtain just as the first gust hit the house. The sod structure groaned under the weight of the wind, the timbers screaming in protest. Elena grabbed the rope through the cracked door, her knuckles turning white as she anchored herself. She thought of the children in the one-room schoolhouses across Nebraska, currently trapped just as she was. She thought of the mothers waiting by stoves that might run out of wood before the sun returned. Dignity, she realized, wasn't about standing tall when things were easy. It was about holding the rope when the world went blind. It was about being the fire when the stars went out. She pulled the rope taut, a silent prayer traveling down the hemp line to the man in the storm. "Come back," she whispered into the roar. "I am holding the line. I am the keeper of the light." The wind howled in response, 1,000 voices screaming across the frozen plains. But inside the house, the stove glowed red, a defiant heart beating against the end of the world. Elena stood her ground, the rope wrapped around her arm, waiting for the tug that meant life. She was no longer the girl from New York who ran from shadows. She was a woman of the prairie, forged in the ice, waiting for her love to find his way home. The storm roared, but she did not flinch. The iron was set. The fire was high. The battle for the soul of the plains had begun. The roar hit the house with the force of a physical blow, making the heavy rafters groan in sudden, sharp agony. Thomas was still 50 yards from the barn when the sky collapsed into a wall of white. Elena screamed his name, but the wind snatched the sound from her lips before it could even reach the porch. She watched him disappear. One moment, his broad silhouette was a dark anchor against the gold of the lantern light. The next, he was erased. The world outside the glass became a chaotic, swirling void of ice and fury. The barn was gone. The pump was gone. Even the porch railing, just 2 feet away, dissolved into the white nothingness. Elena backed away from the window, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped, panicked bird. The house shuddered under the sheer, crushing weight of the gale. Fine. Powdery snow began to whistle through the keyhole and the microscopic gaps in the window frame. She hurried to the stove, throwing more cedar onto the dying coals with shaking hands. The fire roared in response, but its heat felt tiny, almost pathetic, against the vast, murderous cold outside. She sat on the edge of the wooden chair, her hands clasped so tight her knuckles turned the color of bone. The realization hit her with terrifying, crystalline clarity. She was utterly alone. If Thomas didn't make it back, this small wooden box on the prairie would become her tomb. She thought of her life in New York, a world of velvet curtains and gaslight that felt a million years away. There, she had been a pawn, moved across a social chessboard by the whims of her family and her uncle's spiraling debts. She had hated her helplessness in those gilded parlors. She had loathed the way men looked at her as an asset to be traded. But this was a different kind of vulnerability. Her survival was no longer about a legal contract or a debt of honor. It was tied to the heartbeat of a man she was only just beginning to know. She closed her eyes and pictured his face, etched by the sun and the wind. She saw the jagged scars on his hands, the permanent marks of the war that had broken the country but forged his spirit. She remembered the way he looked at the horizon, a mixture of deep reverence and iron-willed defiance. She realized she didn't want him back just for the wood he chopped or the meat he provided. She wanted him back because he was the only person who had ever looked at her and seen a partner. He didn't see a burden. He didn't see a prize. He saw a soul that matched his own in its quiet, desperate strength. The wind shrieked through the chimney, a high-pitched wail that sounded like the voices of 1,000 lost souls. History would later call this the Children's Blizzard of 1888, a day when the sun lied and the sky turned into a shroud. It would be remembered as the storm that caught school children in their thin coats, freezing them in the tall grass. But for Elena, it was the great reckoning of her own life. It was the precise moment she stopped being a guest in Nebraska and became a part of its soil. She stood up, her legs trembling but her mind focusing into a single, sharp point. She went back to the porch door. She reached out and touched the hemp rope that disappeared into the screaming white chaos. The line was vibrating, humming with a terrifying tension as the storm tried to rip it from its moorings. She leaned her forehead against the cold, rough wood of the door. "Come back, Thomas," she whispered, her voice vibrating against the grain of the oak. "I haven't learned enough about the light yet." She thought about the Civil War stories he had shared over coffee on quiet mornings. He had survived the slaughter of Gettysburg. Hyde had survived the slow, rotting hunger of the trenches at Petersburg. He was a man made of flint, old leather, and an unbreakable sense of duty. She had to believe that the prairie, as cruel as it was, could not break a man who had already survived hell. Hours began to bleed into one another until time itself felt frozen. The clock on the mantel ticked with a slow, rhythmic indifference to the madness outside. Snow was piling up against the door, a heavy, muffling weight that threatened to seal her in. Elena didn't sit back down. She paced the small room, tending the fire with a frantic, religious devotion. She kept the kettle whistling, hoping the shrill sound might somehow pierce through the roar of the wind. She looked at his empty chair, the one where he sat every evening to clean his boots. The silence in the house, despite the screaming wind, was deafening. It was the silence of a life that hadn't been allowed to fully begin. She realized she was no longer afraid of the man with the quiet voice and the scarred hands. She was terrified of a world that didn't have him in it. She was afraid of the silence his absence would leave behind in her heart. Suddenly, the rope moved. It wasn't the erratic vibration of the wind this time. It was a rhythmic, purposeful tug. 3 short pulls. Elena's heart leaped into her throat. She grabbed the iron latch, her fingers fumbling with the frozen metal. She threw her shoulder against the door, pushing with every ounce of strength she possessed. The wall of snow resisted, then gave way an inch, then 6. A blast of white ice blinded her instantly, stinging her eyes and coating her hair in a layer of frost. She reached out into the void, her hands sliding down the length of the frozen, stiff hemp. A shape emerged from the whiteness. It was a ghost, a figure covered in a thick, crystalline crust of ice. Thomas stumbled onto the porch, his breath coming in ragged, frozen gasps that looked like shards of glass in the air. He collapsed against the doorframe, his eyebrows matted with white frost. Elena grabbed his coat, pulling him inside with a raw strength she didn't know lived inside her. She slammed the door shut and dropped the heavy wooden bar into place. The sudden, absolute quiet of the cabin felt like a miracle. Thomas sat on the floor, his head hanging heavily between his knees. He was shivering so violently that the floorboards beneath him rattled. Elena didn't say a single word. She knelt beside him, her hands moving with a desperate, beautiful efficiency. She began to pull off his ice-caked boots, her fingers turning numb the moment they touched the leather. She stripped away his frozen coat, the fabric stiff and heavy like a suit of armor. He looked at her, his eyes bloodshot and rimmed with thin needles of ice. "The cattle are safe," he rasped, his voice a ghost of its usual strength. "I had to wait it out, in the hay." Elena ignored the talk of cattle and livestock. She wrapped a heavy, hand-woven wool blanket around his broad shoulders. She took his scarred, frozen hands in hers and began to rub them with a fierce tenderness. She was trying to pull the blood back to his skin, trying to pull the life back into his body. She didn't care about the cold or the storm or the darkness anymore. He was breathing. He was here. Thomas leaned his head back against the wood of the door, his eyes closing in a state of pure exhaustion. "You stayed," he murmured, his voice cracking. "You kept the fire." Elena looked at the glowing hearth, then back at the man who had risked everything to return to her. "I'm the keeper of the light, remember," she said. her voice trembling with a mixture of tears and fierce pride. "You told me it belonged to me." Thomas reached out a trembling hand and touched her cheek. His skin was like ice, but his touch was the warmest thing she had ever felt in her entire life, in the middle of the greatest storm of the century. Elena realized she was no longer a stranger in a strange land. She was home. The wind continued to howl, a defeated beast screaming outside their sturdy walls, but inside, the heart of the house was beating strong and true. She helped him toward the fire, her shoulder braced beneath his. They were two broken pieces of a very hard world. But tonight, in the glow of the cedar flames, they were whole. The morning after the great white death brought a silence so heavy it felt like stone. The blizzard had finally retreated, leaving Nebraska buried under a shimmering, treacherous shroud of white inside the cabin. The air smelled of wood smoke and the faint, metallic tang of drying wool. Thomas sat by the hearth, wrapped in a quilt that smelled of cedar and the passage of time. His body ached with a deep, bone-deep cold that even the roaring fire couldn't quite reach. He watched Elena move across the small kitchen in the pale light of dawn. She was quiet, moving like a ghost in the dimness. She was preparing a mash of oats, her movements careful, deliberate, and full of grace. As she reached for a heavy iron pot, her skirt shifted, revealing the boots he had given her. They were scuffed and worn, but they stood firm on the floorboards of the home they had defended together. Dignity, he realized, wasn't something you were born with in a city. It was something you earned in the dark, holding onto a rope and a prayer. She turned to look at him, the morning light catching the gold in her eyes. He saw the woman she had become, a woman of the prairie, forged in ice and tempered by fire. He reached for her hand, and as their fingers locked, the silence of the morning felt less like a threat and more like a promise. The frontier was cruel, but it had given them the only thing that mattered. It had given them each other. The battle for the plains was far from over, but the light in the window was still burning. And as long as she held the flame, he knew he would always find his way back. Thomas knelt by the hearth. He did not look at her face. He looked at her feet. The boots were a tragedy of thin leather and broken dreams. They were the same boots she had worn to step off the train from New York. Fine-grained calfskin, delicate stitching meant for ballroom floors. Now they were rotting. The Nebraska salt had eaten the finish. The prairie snow had swollen the seams. A frayed piece of twine held the left toe together. It was a pathetic defense against the iron frost of 1888. Thomas felt a phantom chill in his own bones. He remembered the winter of 1862. He remembered the mud of Virginia. He saw the ghosts of his regiment. Men had marched until their feet were black with rot. They had wrapped their toes in blood-soaked burlap. Promises from the Union generals were as thin as Elena's soles. He looked at his own boots. They were heavy. They were greased with thick bear fat. He looked at her. She was a daughter of high ceilings and gaslight. Yet, she had stood in this cabin and fought the wind for him. She was the keeper of the flame. Her feet were treading on the edge of a grave. He waited. She sat at the table to eat. Her face was a mask of exhaustion. The night's vigil had stolen the color from her cheeks. "Elena," he said. His voice cracked like dry timber. She looked up. Her eyes were wide. The firelight turned them into amber. "You should rest," he said. He pointed toward the bed. "The drifts are too high for the livestock to move. I have work at the bench." She did not argue. She was too tired for pride. She did not see him staring at her ruined shoes. When her breathing turned slow and deep, Thomas stood. His ribs burned. The weight of the collapsed barn roof had left its mark. He swallowed the pain. He moved to the shadows of the workbench. He reached beneath a stack of coarse burlap. He pulled out a roll of leather. It was oil-tanned latigo, prime grade. He had saved for 2 years to buy it. He had traded precious grain and silver in Omaha for this hide. It was meant for his new saddle. His current saddle was a relic. It was a hand-me-down from the cavalry. It was held together by rivets and sheer luck. On the frontier, a man's saddle was his home. It was his throne. It was the only thing that kept him above the dirt. He ran his thumb over the hide. It was thick. It was supple. It smelled of oak bark and survival. It was the most valuable thing he owned. He did not hesitate. He reached for his sharpening stone. The rasp of steel filled the cabin. It was a lonely, sharp sound. He worked the blade of his round knife. He honed it until it could part the air. He looked at Elena. He thought about her hands. He felt the ghost of her touch as she rubbed warmth into his frozen skin. He thought about the rope. She had tied herself to the porch to find him in the whiteout. She was his lifeline. The saddle was just leather and wood. It could wait another year, or 10. Her feet could not wait another hour. He knelt by the bed. He was as silent as a predator. He used a piece of twine to measure her foot. She didn't move. In sleep, the lines of New York's sorrow vanished. She looked like the girl she used to be. Thomas returned to his bench. He lit a single tallow candle. The flame danced in the draft. He laid the twine against the latigo. He began to cut. The knife moved through the hide like a hot wire. He was not a cobbler by trade, but the army had been a harsh teacher. A soldier who couldn't fix his gear was a ghost in the making. He carved the soles from the thickest part of the back. He spent an hour skiving the edges. He thinned the leather where her ankles would need to bend. His hands were scarred. Gettysburg had taken his youth. The plow had taken his ease. But tonight, his fingers moved with the grace of a watchmaker. He was not just making shoes. He was weaving a shield. He took a small awl. He began to punch the holes. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm was a heartbeat. The wind outside shrieked. It hunted for a way into the cabin. It searched for a crack in the logs. Thomas used heavy linen thread. He double-waxed it with autumn beeswax. Every stitch had to be tight. Every pull had to be a seal against the Nebraska winter. The needle bit into his thumb. A bead of blood bloomed on the mahogany leather. He did not wipe it away. It felt like a covenant, a blood oath between a man and his land. And the temperature dropped. The floorboards groaned with the cold. He worked faster. He lined the interior with scraps of sheepskin. The wool was white and soft. It was a trapped summer. The hours bled away. The candle burned down to a nub. Thomas's eyes were red. The strain etched deep lines into his forehead. His joints were stiff. His fingers were cramped into claws. He remembered seeing her for the first time. She was on the station platform. She looked like a bird caught in a gale. He had wondered if he was a fool. How could a city girl survive this iron land now? He knew the truth. She was stronger than the leather he held. She was the warmth that made the struggle a privilege. He finished the first boot at 3 in the morning. It was heavy. It was sturdy. It smelled of the deep earth. He began the second. The repetition was his prayer. His father had once told him a hard truth. A man is measured by what he provides when the world provides nothing. He thought of the empty saddle he would have to ride. He thought of the miles of hard ground ahead. He smiled. The sacrifice felt right. The sky turned a bruised purple. Thomas pulled the final stitch tight. He tied a square knot. He burned the ends with the dying candle flame. He took a tin of mink oil. He rubbed it into the grain. The leather darkened to a rich, deep chocolate. They were beautiful in their ruggedness. They were built for the mud of spring. They were built for the ice of December. He stood up. His legs nearly buckled. His knees popped like pistol shots. He walked to the hearth. He set the boots down near the embers. They sat there, solid and proud. They were waiting for her. Thomas blew out the candle. The room filled with the gray light of dawn. He sat in his chair. His heart was full. He watched the rise and fall of Elena's chest. She stirred as the first light hit the window. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. She looked at the hearth. She saw the boots. She saw the dark, empty space where his saddle leather had been. She looked at Thomas. She saw his bloody thumb. She saw the exhaustion in his eyes. She didn't speak. She walked to the hearth and picked up the boots. They were warm from the fire. She realized the cost. She knew what that leather meant to him. It was his pride. It was his only luxury. Tears tracked through the dust on her cheeks. She looked at him, her voice a whisper. "You gave up your saddle." Thomas leaned back in the chair. "I'd rather walk beside you than ride away from you, Elena." She knelt before him. She placed her head on his tired knees. The silence of the prairie was no longer a threat. It was a witness to a love that had been forged in the fire. Justice was a quiet room. Dignity was a pair of boots made by hand. The frontier was cruel, but it could not break what it could not freeze. He placed his hand on her hair. The sun broke over the horizon. They were ready for the storm. The morning light did not break over the Nebraska horizon. It seeped through the heavy gray clouds like ink through parchment. The frost on the windows was a thick, jagged crust that obscured the world. Elena stood by the hearth, the mahogany boots finely on her feet. The leather was supple. The sheepskin lining felt like a soft mercy against her skin. She walked toward the small window, her footsteps muffled by the new soles. Thomas was already at the stove. His back was a broad shadow against the dim light. The smell of coffee was the only warmth in the room. It was bitter, strong, and grounded. Elena looked toward the rough-hewn table. Thomas had placed a single branch of cedar in a cracked tin cup. It was small, it was crooked, but it was the only green thing within 50 miles of their sod house door. Under the Homestead Act of 1862, they were required to plant trees to prove their claim. Most of those trees had died in the drought of '93. This small branch was a miracle of survival. She swung her weight from side to side. The boots held her. They didn't just protect her feet. They gave her a foundation she had never known. Thomas didn't turn around. "Coffee's ready," he said. His voice was a low rumble that vibrated in the small cabin. "Happy Christmas, Elena." She stood beside him. She watched the blue flame of the spirit lamp. "I didn't think people celebrated out here," she whispered. The frontier was a place where days bled into one another. Survival usually left no room for ceremony. Thomas reached into the pocket of his heavy wool coat. The coat hung by the door, smelling of wood smoke and old snow. He pulled out a small object. It was wrapped in a scrap of clean burlap. He set it on the table next to the cedar branch. "It isn't much," he said. His eyes remained fixed on the coffee pot. "The boots were for the work. The boots were for survival. This is for, well, it's just for you." Elena picked up the small bundle. The burlap was rough. It smelled of pine resin and the outdoors. She unwrapped it slowly. Her fingers trembled slightly from the morning chill. Inside was a doll. It was carved from a single piece of cottonwood. The grain of the wood ran vertically. It gave the figure a slender, graceful appearance. Thomas had smoothed the edges until the wood felt like polished bone. The doll had no painted face. There were only the soft indentations of eyes. A quiet, curved mouth suggested a secret peace. He had carved small, delicate hands. They were folded over the doll's chest. A tiny shawl had been etched into the shoulders. He had used the tip of a fine knife to create the texture of wool. It was a masterpiece of patience. It was a labor of quiet observation. Elena ran her thumb over the smooth head of the cottonwood figure. She didn't speak. The silence in the cabin grew heavy. It was filled only by the pop of the firewood. The wind whistled in the eaves, a ghost of the great blizzard of 1888. Every settler here remembered that storm. They remembered the children who froze within sight of their own doors. Thomas shifted his weight. He looked uncomfortable with the stillness. "I know you're a grown woman," he muttered, "but I thought maybe you left something behind in New York. Something you shouldn't have had to leave." A single tear hit the burlap. A dark circle bloomed on the fabric. Then another. Elena's shoulders began to shake. It was a silent, violent tremor. The grief seemed to come from her very marrow. She clutched the wooden doll to her heart. Thomas reached out a hand. He hesitated. He pulled it back, unsure of the boundaries they had built. "Elena saw," he asked. His voice was thick with concern. She looked up at him. Her face was wet. Her eyes were wide with a grief he hadn't seen before. "I was 6 years old," she began. Her voice cracked like thin ice over a winter pond. "The last time I received a gift that didn't have a price." She sat down heavily on the bench. The doll was still pressed to her chest. "In the city, nothing is free. My uncle gave me a set of silk ribbons for my hair. He smiled when he gave them to me. I thought he loved me. But then he told me the cost. Because of the ribbons, I had to work the night shift. I spent a month in the laundry when I was only a child. Every gift after that was a debt. A new dress meant I had to stay silent. I had to ignore the way the boarders looked at me. A pair of gloves meant I had to skip my meals. I had to pay for the thread with my own hunger. In my house, a present was just a hook. It was a way to make sure I knew my place. It was a reminder of exactly how much I owed for the air I breathed. She looked down at the mahogany boots. She saw the stitches he had made by hand. When I saw these boots, I spent an hour in terror. I was wondering what you would ask for in return. I was waiting for the bill. Thomas, I was waiting for you to tell me what I had to do to earn the leather. Thomas stood perfectly still. The coffee pot began to hiss. He didn't move to catch it. His face hardened into a mask of cold, righteous anger. It wasn't directed at her. It was directed at a world that had broken a child's trust. He knelt in front of her. He was a man who had faced the locust swarms. He had survived the parching sun of the Nebraska plains. His knees hit the dirt floor with a solid thud. He took her hands in his. His palms were calloused. They were stained with the oil and tannin of the saddle leather. "Look at me, Elena," he said. His voice was no longer a rumble. It was a vow. Justice is not a trade. A man who charges for a gift is not a man. He is a thief. He is stealing the dignity of the person he claims to care for. He squeezed her fingers gently. "You owe me nothing. Not for the boots. Not for the wood. Not for the space you take up in this house. The frontier is a hard place. The wind will try to take your breath. The cold will try to take your blood. But I will never take your pride. Dignity is the only thing the law can't give us. And it is the only thing the prairie can't take away if we stand firm." Elena looked into his eyes. She saw the reflection of the small fire. She saw a man who had sacrificed his only means of escape. He had cut up his saddle so she could walk. He had spent his night carving a toy for a woman's inner child. This was the true meaning of the West. It wasn't about the land, was it? It wasn't about the gold. It was about the courage to be kind when the world was cruel. It was the bravery required to give without a hook. She leaned forward. She rested her forehead against his. The scent of cedar and wood smoke enveloped them. Outside, the Nebraska wind howled. It beat against the sod walls like a wild animal. It wanted in. It wanted to extinguish the flame. But the silence was no longer heavy. It was sacred. Thomas reached up and wiped a tear from her cheek. His thumb was rough. His touch was as light as a falling leaf. "We are homesteaders, Elena," he whispered. "We don't just plant trees. We plant roots. We plant a life where a gift is just a gift." She pulled back and looked at the doll. She saw the folded hands. She saw the quiet mouth. For the first time in her life, she felt the weight lift. The debt was gone. The bill would never come. She reached out and touched his scarred shoulder. She felt the strength of the man beneath the wool. I was her shelter. He was her equal. "Thank you, Thomas," she said. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken prayers. The sun finally pushed through the gray. A single beam of light hit the frost on the window. It turned the ice into a curtain of diamonds. The mahogany boots glowed in the morning light. They were no longer just footwear. They were a testament. They were a promise kept in the middle of a wasteland. Thomas stood up and poured the coffee. He handed her the tin cup. Their fingers brushed. The warmth of the metal seeped into her palms. "Drink up," he said softly. "We have a lot of work to do. The storm is coming, but we have the fire, and we have the ground beneath us." Elena took a sip of the bitter coffee. It tasted like freedom. She stood up, her feet firm and steady. She looked at the vast, white horizon. She wasn't afraid. She was a woman standing on her own ground. She was a woman who had been given back her soul. The cottonwood doll sat on the table. It watched over them like a silent guardian. It was a reminder that in the harshest winter, love was the only thing that didn't freeze. It was the only thing that could turn a shack into a home. It was the only thing worth the sacrifice of a saddle. They looked out the window together. The Nebraska sky was endless. The land was unforgiving. But they were ready. They were whole. They were finally free. Thomas moved. His shadow stretched long across the packed dirt floor. He knelt on the rough planks beside her bench. He placed his calloused hands on his own knees. His face was a mask of hard, unyielding resolve. "There is no bill, Elena," he said. His voice rang like a sharp, clear bell in the small room. "I didn't carve that cedar because I wanted your labor. I didn't sacrifice that saddle so you would owe me your soul." Oh, he looked her directly in the eyes. The blue of his gaze was as cold and honest as the prairie sky. "I did it because you are a person. A person deserves to walk without a limp. A person deserves to hold something beautiful just because it exists." Elena felt a sharp catch in her chest. She choked back a sob. Her breath hitched, jagged and hot in her throat. "You truly want nothing," she whispered. Her voice sounded small, like a child lost in a canyon. Thomas looked at the cedar branch on the table. He looked back at her. "I want you to be able to look at that horizon," he said. "I want you to look at it without wondering if the ground will swallow you. That is the only payment I require." He gestured to the cottonwood figure. "The doll is a toy, Elena. It is a piece of wood meant to remind you that you are safe." Elena leaned forward. Her forehead came to rest against Thomas's scarred shoulder. The wool of his coat was rough against her skin. Then she wept. It was not the quiet, suppressed crying of a frightened girl. It was the deep, guttural release of a woman. She was a woman who had been holding her breath for 12 years. She was a woman who had forgotten how to exhale. Thomas did not move. He did not reach out to pat her back with empty platitudes. He stayed kneeling on the hard floor. He was a steady anchor in her private storm. He smelled of wood smoke, old leather, and honest sweat. He felt like a mountain that had decided to stop the wind just for her. The mahogany boots on her feet were warm. The wooden doll in her lap was smooth. The scent of cedar filled the room, wild and untamed. Outside, the Nebraska wind howled. It was a hungry beast searching for a way into the cabin. It rattled the heavy door. It hissed at the frost-rimmed windows. But inside, the air was perfectly still. Elena finally pulled back. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Her skin was red and raw from the cold and the tears. She looked at the doll again. She noticed a tiny detail she had missed before. At the base of the figure, Thomas had carved a small, single star. "Why the star?" she asked. Her voice was trembling but clear. Thomas stood up. His joints popped from the cold seeped into the floor. "Navigators use the stars to find their way home," he said simply. "I figured you'd been lost long enough." He walked to the cast iron stove. He poured 2 more cups of the black coffee. He didn't add sugar. He didn't add cream. The Great Depression of 1873 had left them with neither. The panic had reached even this far west, but as he handed her the tin cup, their fingers brushed. For the first time, Elena did not flinch. She did not pull away from the contact. She held the cup with one hand. She held the doll with the other. She took a sip of the hot, bitter liquid. It felt like life returning to a frozen limb. It felt like a beginning. Thomas sat across from her. His large hands cradled his own cup. "We'll have salt pork and hardtack for dinner," he said. He was trying to settle back into the mundane safety of the day. "Maybe some dried apples if the mice haven't found the sack." Elena smiled. It was a genuine, fragile thing. It lit up the gray, dim room better than any lantern. "It sounds like a feast, Thomas." "The greatest feast I've ever had." They sat in the quiet light of that Christmas morning. 2 strangers bound by leather, wood, and a shared silence. The debt of New York was 1,000 miles away. The hooks of the past were gone. The shackles of her old life were broken. There was only the fire and the coffee. There was the quiet realization that she was not a transaction. She was not a line in a ledger. She was a guest in a home that was slowly becoming her own. The wooden doll sat on the table between them. Its sightless eyes watched the shadows dance on the walls. It was a silent witness to a miracle in the heart of a Nebraska winter. A heart had begun to thaw. The sky outside was made of iron and ice. The boots would carry her through the snow. The doll would carry her through the memories. And the man across the table would carry the light. He would hold it until she was strong enough to hold it herself. Elena took another sip of coffee. She looked out the frosted window. The world was still white and dangerous. But she felt the weight of the doll in her hand. She knew she wasn't running anymore. She had arrived. The star at the base of the wood pointed true. She was home. Spring did not arrive in Nebraska with a gentle whisper. It came with the roar of melting ice. It came with the smell of raw, wet earth. The iron-colored sky finally broke. It revealed a blue so deep it made the eyes ache. Thomas dragged the massive cast-iron kettle into the center of the yard. The ground was soft and treacherous. It sucked at his boots with every heavy step. He had been saving hog fat in stone crocks since the first frost. Elena walked beside him. She carried a heavy bucket of wood ash. She had gathered it from the hearth over many long months. The winter had been a long, silent tutor. It had taught her how to endure, but spring was teaching her how to build. Thomas set the heavy tripod over a bed of glowing coals. "The lie is the tricky part," he said. His voice carried clearly in the crisp morning air. "Too weak, and the soap stays greasy. Too strong, and it'll eat the skin right off your bones." He began the process of leaching. He poured water through the hopper of ashes. A dark, caustic liquid began to drip into a wooden pail. Elena watched with a sharp, focused intensity. In the tenements of New York, soap was a miracle in a paper wrapper. It was something bought with pennies earned from 18-hour shifts. Here, it was a hard-won victory over the elements. It was a product of fire, ash, and death. Thomas dumped the rendered fat into the kettle. The grease hissed as it met the heat. It sent a thick, primal scent into the wind. It was the heavy smell of survival and salt. Elena took the long wooden paddle from his hands. Her palms were no longer the soft, pale skin of a city girl. They were toughened by the handles of shovels. They were calloused by the weight of water buckets. She began to stir. It was a slow, rhythmic motion. She pulled the fat into the lye with steady pressure. Thomas moved to the woodpile to gather more cedar. "You have the rhythm for it," he noted. He paused to watch her for a moment. Most folks stir too fast and break the trace. Elena did not look up from the kettle. Her eyes were fixed on the swirling amber liquid. "I spent years stirring vats of boiling linens," she said, "in the basement of a laundry on Hester Street. The steam would blister my face. The owner would dock my pay if I stopped for a single breath." She looked at the vast, open horizon. Her chest expanded with the clean, biting air. "But here, the steam doesn't feel like a cage. It feels like I'm making something that finally belongs to me." Thomas watched her for a moment longer than necessary. He saw the way the sunlight caught the copper strands in her hair. He saw the strength in her shoulders. It was a quiet, formidable power. She hadn't known she possessed it until the prairie demanded it. The sun began to climb higher over the plains. It warmed the mud and the budding buffalo grass. The soap began to thicken in the pot. It was turning from a chaotic mixture into a solid thing. "My mother used to say that soap was the first step of civilization," Thomas said. He threw a fresh log onto the fire. "She lost her wedding ring in a soap kettle during the grasshopper plague of '74. The insects ate everything, the crops, the clothes on our backs, even the handles of the hose. But they couldn't eat the soap. She said as long as we could wash the dust off, we weren't beaten yet." Elena stopped stirring for a heartbeat. She looked at his hands, scarred and stained by the land. "Is that why you stay, Thomas? To prove the land hasn't beaten you?" Thomas leaned against the tripod. He looked out toward the distant creek. "I stay because I have a title to 160 acres under the Homestead Act. My father died for this dirt. He died in a sod house with no windows. He believed that owning a piece of the earth was the only way to be a man. I stay because I don't know how to be anything else." He turned his gaze back to her. "And because sometimes, the land gives back more than it takes." The wind shifted, blowing the steam away from Elena's face. She felt the heat of the fire on her shins. She felt the cold of the damp earth beneath her boots. She realized that dignity was not something given by a boss. It was not something granted by a city or a law. It was something forged in the middle of nowhere. It was the courage to stand in the mud and keep stirring. It was the sacrifice of a saddle for a woman's stride. It was the justice of a man who asked for nothing in return. The trace is forming, she said softly. The liquid had become a thick, pale cream. It was ready to be poured into the cooling molds. Thomas stepped forward. He reached out to take the heavy paddle. His hand covered hers on the wood. He didn't pull away this time. He held her hand against the handle for a long, silent beat. The heat of the kettle rose between them. It was a moment of wordless connection. It was more intimate than any touch she had ever known. It was the touch of two survivors, recognizing the spark in each other. "We'll let it set overnight," Thomas whispered. "Tomorrow, we'll cut it into bars. And then, we'll wash the winter away." Elena nodded. She let him take the weight of the paddle. She stood back and watched him pour the molten soap. The steam rose in a white cloud against the blue sky. She felt a strange, new sensation in her chest. It wasn't fear. It wasn't the heavy weight of debt. It was hope. It was as sharp and clear as the Nebraska spring. She looked at the cabin, then at the man, then at the horizon. She was no longer a guest. She was part of the soil. She was the mistress of the fire. She was a woman who had found her star, and for the first time in her life, the future didn't look like a threat. It looked like a harvest. The lie had done its work. The fat had been transformed, and so had she. He reached into the pocket of his canvas coat. He pulled out a small bundle of dried purple stalks. "I found these near the creek bed when the snow first pulled back," he said. He handed her the wild lavender. The scent was faint but sharp. It was a sudden burst of sweetness against the heavy smell of lye. Elena took the herbs. Her fingers brushed his. The contact was no longer a jolt of fear. It was a grounding wire. She crushed the lavender between her palms. The petals fell into the kettle. The fragrance bloomed instantly. It mixed with the wood smoke and the scent of the warming prairie. It was the smell of a home being scrubbed clean of its ghosts. They worked in a shared silence that was no longer empty. It was a silence filled with the crackle of the fire and the steady thud of the paddle. Thomas hauled more water. His muscles strained against the yoke. Elena kept the mixture moving. She watched the alchemy turn grease into gold. The sun began to dip toward the edge of the world. It painted the mud in shades of violet. "It's thickening," Thomas observed. He leaned over the kettle. He took a small drop of the liquid and let it cool on a flat stone. It hardened into an opaque, creamy sliver. "It's good soap, Elena. Better than what my mother used to make." Elena felt a flush of pride. It had nothing to do with the heat of the fire. She was a maker now. She was a guardian of the house. They began the long task of ladling the hot soap into wooden molds. The molds were lined with linen. Their shadows stretched long across the grass. Their shapes intertwined on the damp earth. The last of the liquid was poured. Elena wiped her brow with the back of her hand. A smear of ash marked her forehead. Thomas reached out. His thumb grazed her skin to brush the soot away. His touch was remarkably gentle for a man who spent his days breaking the earth. Elena didn't pull back. She looked into his eyes. She saw the reflection of the first stars of evening. "We'll have enough to last until the first snow of next year," she whispered. Thomas nodded. His hand lingered for a heartbeat before he turned back to the fire. "More than enough," he replied. The lie had done its work. It had burned away the impurities. It had transformed the waste of the winter into the grace of the spring. Elena looked at the trays of cooling soap. They would be hard by morning. They would be cut into blocks and stacked in the cellar. She realized then that her life was like the soap. The New York girl had been boiled down. The fear had been burned out by the Nebraska wind. What remained was something solid, something useful, something that could finally hold its own shape. She picked up the empty buckets. She followed Thomas toward the cabin. The smell of lavender followed them into the dark. The ritual was complete. The winter was officially over. They were no longer two strangers surviving a storm. They were two people building a world. They were moving one stir of the paddle at a time. The dust rose in a fine, golden cloud. The carriage had not yet reached the gate. It wasn't the heavy, honest rattle of a supply wagon. It was the polished, rhythmic beat of high-bred horses. It was the sound of expensive leather. Thomas stopped his work on the fence. His eyes narrowed against the glare of the afternoon sun. Elena stood on the porch. She wiped her hands on her apron. The scent of the morning's lavender soap still clung to her skin. The carriage was black. It was lacquered to a mirror finish. It looked out of place against the raw Nebraska dirt. Silas Thorne stepped down before the wheels had fully stopped turning. He was a man built of soft edges and hard iron. His coat was made of wool too fine for the prairie wind. He owned the valley to the north. He acted as if he held the deed to the horizon itself. Thomas didn't drop his hammer. "Thorne," Thomas said. His voice was a low, steady vibration. "Fairbanks," Thorne replied. His eyes roamed over the small cabin. He looked with a practiced, predatory greed. He didn't look at the new garden. He didn't notice the repaired roof. He looked at the land as if it were a ledger waiting to be closed. Then his gaze shifted to the porch. He let his eyes linger on Elena. They were slow and heavy. They felt like oil spreading on water. Elena felt the old, cold, familiar shiver of New York crawl up her spine. It was the look of a man who knew the price of everything and the value of nothing. "Oh, the rumors reached the valley," Thorne said. A thin, sharp smile cut across his face. "I heard you'd finally sent off for a bit of help." He took a step closer to the porch. He ignored Thomas entirely. "She's a delicate thing for this soil, isn't she? Must have cost a pretty penny to ship her out from the city." Elena's fingers tightened on the railing. Her knuckles turned the color of bone. She wasn't a person to him. She was a crate of grain. She was a new plow. She was a luxury item purchased to ease a lonely man's burden. Thomas stepped into the space between Thorne and the porch. He didn't move fast. The air seemed to grow heavy where he stood. "She is my wife." "My wife, Silas," Thomas said. His tone was devoid of heat. That made it far more dangerous. Thorne chuckled. It was a dry, hollow sound. "Wife, property, a debt paid in flesh. The law sees it one way. The market sees it another." He turned back to Thomas. His eyes glinted with a cruel amusement. "If she breaks under the work, let me know. I've got a mind to expand my kitchen staff. I pay better than a dirt farmer can dream." He looked at Elena again. His voice dropped to a condescending purr. "You'd look better in silk than that rough-spun girl. A shame to waste that face on a man who pulls rocks out of the ground." The silence that followed was absolute. The wind seemed to hold its breath. Thomas didn't reach for a weapon. He reached for a truth forged in the fire of the last few months. He walked to the carriage door. He held it open with a terrifying, quiet courtesy. "You are mistaken about two things." "Thorne," Thomas said. His hand was scarred from the war. He gripped the handle with white-knuckled restraint. "First, you are standing on soil that she owns as much as I do. Second, you are no longer welcome to breathe the air on it." Thorne's smile faltered, but his face flushed a deep, angry crimson. "You'd insult me over a mail-order girl." "I'd burn this world down for her," Thomas replied. His eyes locked onto Thorne's with a lethal clarity. "Get off this land." Thorne sneered and climbed back into his carriage. The horses kicked up a storm of grit as they bolted away. The dust settled slowly. Elena remained on the porch. She was trembling. It wasn't from the cold, it was the realization of what she was to the world outside this fence. She was a transaction. She was a line in a catalog. Thomas didn't come to her immediately. He stood by the gate. He watched the carriage until it was a speck on the horizon. When he finally turned, his face was weary. I walked to the porch and sat on the top step. Elena sat beside him. The distance between them felt heavy with the weight of Thorne's words. "Is that what they say in town?" she asked. Her voice was small. "That you bought me?" Thomas looked at his hands. They were calloused and stained with the earth. "People like Thorne don't understand the Homestead Act," he said. "They think land is just a thing you steal or trade. They think people are the same." He looked at her. "I didn't bring you here to be a servant, Elena. I brought you here because I couldn't survive the silence anymore." Elena looked out at the fields. She thought of the women she had seen in New York. They were trapped in factories. They were wilting in tenements. They were free, but they were owned by hunger. Here, she was bound to the land. But for the first time, she felt like she had a stake in the world. "He said I would break," she whispered. Thomas reached out. Han took her hand in his. "Oh, the prairie doesn't break people," he said. "It just strips away what isn't real. What's left is the heart. And yours is stronger than Thorn's entire empire." He stood up and pulled her with him. "He'll be back," Thomas warned. "Men like him don't like being told no. Especially not by a man with nothing but a plow and a prayer." Elena looked at the cabin. It was small, it was isolated, but it was hers. "Let him come," she said. "I've spent my whole life being afraid of men like him." "I didn't come to Nebraska to keep hiding," Thomas smiled. It was the first time she had seen a true flash of joy on his face. "Then we better get to work," he said. "That corn won't plant itself." They spent the rest of the evening in the field. The sun disappeared. The moon rose, silver and cold. They worked until their backs ached. They worked until their hands were numb, but they didn't stop. Every seed planted was a defiance. Every furrow turned was a promise. As they walked back to the cabin, Elena felt a sense of peace. The lavender soap was curing in the cellar. The garden was sleeping in the dirt. And the man walking beside her was a shield. She realized then that dignity wasn't something you were born with. It was something you built. It was something you fought for. It was the smell of lavender in a world of lie. It was the choice to stay when the wind screamed at you to leave. She wasn't a guest. She wasn't a bride for sale. She was a pioneer. And she was home. The stars above Nebraska seemed brighter than they ever did in the city. They weren't just lights. They were witnesses. They watched as two people carved a life out of the wilderness. They watched as a debt was turned into a legacy. The fire in the hearth was low. The cabin was warm. Elena laid her head on Thomas's shoulder. "We're going to make it," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," he replied. "We are." The wind howled outside, but inside, there was only the sound of two hearts beating as one. The frontier was a cruel master. But they were no longer afraid. They had the soil, they had the soap, and they had each other. The fight was coming. Thorn would return with his lawyers and his threats, but he would find more than a dirt farmer. He would find a woman who had found her soul. I would find a man who had found his reason to live. They would stand their ground. They would hold the line. Because this land wasn't just dirt, it was their life. And some things are worth more than silk. Some things are worth the struggle. Elena closed her eyes. She smelled the faint scent of lavender on her skin. She felt the strength of the man beside her. She was ready for tomorrow. The harvest was a long way off, but the planting had begun. And in the heart of the Nebraska spring, hope was the strongest crop of all. She drifted into a sleep without ghosts. She dreamed of green stalks and golden wheat. She dreamed of a future that she had built with her own two hands. The lie had burned, the fire had raged. But the soap was pure, and so was she. The dawn would come soon, and with it, the work would continue. They were the sodbusters, they were the dreamers. They were the heartbeat of a new world, and they would not be moved up. Not by Thorn, not by the wind, not by anything. They were rooted, they were home, and that was the greatest victory of all. The prairie stretched out forever. But for the first time, it didn't feel lonely. It felt like an invitation. And she was finally ready to answer. The long winter of her soul was over. The spring had finally arrived, and it smelled of lavender and wood smoke. It smelled of freedom. It smelled of love. She held onto Thomas a little tighter. He didn't move. He was her rock. He was her husband. And together, they were invincible. The darkness didn't matter anymore. The light was coming, and they would be there to meet it, side by side, heart to heart, forever. Thorn's carriage retreated into a cloud of rising dust. The sound of the lashing whip echoed like a gunshot against the hills. Thomas did not move. He stood at the edge of the tall grass, his frame rigid, his jaw set in a hard, white line. The silence that followed was heavy. It was the kind of silence that falls after a storm has passed, but the air still hums with electricity. Elena watched his back. She saw the way his fingers curled into fists. I looked like a man who had just narrowly avoided committing a sin. She stepped off the porch. The wood groaned softly under her weight. She walked toward him, her shadow stretching long and thin across the dirt. "Thomas," she said. Her voice was an anchor in the wind. He didn't turn at first. "He spoke to you like you were a horse." Thomas rasped. His voice was thick with a shame that didn't belong to him. "He spoke as if I had paid for a piece of furniture and found it lacked a certain finish." He finally turned to face her. His eyes were bloodshot. The rage had faded, replaced by a devastating vulnerability. "I am a man of the soil, Elena. I have dirt under my nails and a mortgage that keeps me awake at night. But I am not a man who buys people." He looked down at his hands, the skin scarred from the forge and the plow. "To him, we are just numbers on a ledger." "You are not a number." Elena reached out. She placed her hand over his. His skin was hot, pulsing with the remnants of his anger. "In New York, I was a debt," she said. The words felt like stones being pulled from a deep well. "My father's gambling, my brother's sickness, the rent that never stopped rising. I was a pair of hands that belonged to the laundry. I was a mouth that my mother couldn't afford to feed." She squeezed his hand, forcing him to meet her gaze. "But when you stood there just now, you didn't see a debt. You didn't see a contract. You saw a wife. For the first time in my life, Thomas, someone stood in front of me and demanded I be respected, not because I was useful, but because I was a human being." A single tear escaped the corner of Thomas's eye, tracing a path through the dust on his cheek. He pulled her to him. It wasn't a gentle embrace. It was a desperate, grounding hold. He buried his face in the crook of her neck. She could feel the heat of his breath, the tremor in his shoulders. This was the man who had survived the Great Blizzard of 1888. This was the man who had dug his cattle out of the snow with his bare hands. Yet, the thought of her being insulted broke him in a way the winter never could. "You are my heart," he whispered against her skin, "and if I lose my heart, the land is just dirt." The sun began its slow descent. The sky turned a bruised purple, the color of a ripening plum. They stood there for a long time, two figures silhouetted against the vast, indifferent prairie. The world was cruel, yes, but they were no longer facing it alone. Saturday arrived with a pale, amber light. The mud in the ruts of the road had baked into iron-hard ridges. It was the tail end of April, and the scent of damp earth and coming rain hung in the air. Thomas helped Elena into the wagon. He lingered on her elbow, his touch a silent promise of protection. In the back, tucked into a wicker basket, lay the remnants of her past, scraps of calico, a piece of muslin from an old apron, and a jagged strip of blue silk shimmering like a lost piece of the sky. "You don't have to go," Thomas said, holding the reins. He looked at the small, white building of the community center in the distance. "Those women, they can be as sharp as a winter frost." Elena smoothed her skirts. Her heart was a caged bird, fluttering against her ribs. "I cannot live in the shadows of your cabin forever, Thomas. If I am to be a woman of this prairie, I must walk among them. Even if they look at me and see only a city girl who doesn't know how to pluck a chicken." Thomas nodded, his expression solemn. "I'll be at the blacksmith's. If you need me, you only have to step onto the porch and look toward the smoke." The wagon lurched forward. The town of North Platte was a collection of wooden storefronts and hopeful dreams. The community center sat at the end of the main street. It was a humble structure, but to the women of the county, it was a cathedral. As Elena approached, the sound of voices drifted through the open windows. It was a low, melodic hum, the sound of gossip, of shared recipes, and of collective survival. She pushed the door open. The room smelled of starch, peppermint, and the faint, metallic scent of needles. 12 women sat around a massive wooden quilting frame. The Star of the West pattern was pinned to the batting. It was a complex design, a kaleidoscope of diamonds and sharp angles. The room went silent. 12 pairs of eyes fixed on her. These were women with faces like sun-dried leather. Their hands were thick-jointed and scarred. They were the ones who had birthed children in sod houses. They had buried loved ones under the unforgiving sod. They looked at Elena's thin frame and her pale, city-bred skin. They saw the mail order label as clearly as if it were stitched onto her forehead. At the head of the table sat Mrs. Miller. She was the unofficial matriarch of the county. Her hair was pulled back so tight it seemed to stretch the skin of her forehead. "You're the Fairbanks girl," Mrs. Miller said. It was a statement, not a greeting. "Elena," she corrected, her voice small but steady. "I've brought scraps." "Sit," Mrs. Miller commanded, pointing to a stool at the far end of the frame. "We're on the inner points of the star. The fabric is heavy denim and wool. It takes a strong needle and a stronger spirit to make it lie flat." Elena sat. The whispering started almost instantly. "She looks like a breath of wind would knock her over," someone murmured. "I heard she didn't even know what a lye bucket was," whispered another. Elena didn't look up. She opened her basket and took out her thimble. It was a small, brass thing, dented and worn. It had belonged to her mother. She picked up a needle. The Star of the West was a symbol of the journey they had all taken. It represented the hope of the frontier, but right now, it felt like a barrier. Mrs. Miller was struggling with a particularly stubborn piece of dark denim. The fabric was thick, the seam bulky. The older woman's needle clicked against the brass of her thimble, unable to pierce the layer. "This scrap is cursed," Mrs. Miller grumbled, her face reddening. "It will ruin the symmetry of the heart. It's too stiff for the thread to pull through." The other women paused, their own needles frozen in the air. A mistake in the center of the star would ruin the entire quilt. Elena looked at the fabric. She remembered the years in the New York laundry. She remembered the bankers' coats, the heavy wool capes, the linens that had to be mended until they were perfect. "If you damp the edge with a bit of warm tea, the fibers will relax," Elena said. The room went deathly quiet. Mrs. Miller looked over the rim of her spectacles. "And I suppose they teach quilting in the tenements of New York?" "No," Elena said, her voice rising with a newfound dignity. "They teach us how to survive. They teach us that if you don't fix the tear perfectly, then you don't eat. I spent 14 hours a day mending the clothes of people who didn't know my name." She reached into her basket and pulled out the strip of blue silk. "This was my mother's," she said. Her voice trembled, but she didn't stop. "It is the last piece of the dress she wore when she stepped off the boat from Ireland. She sold the rest of it, piece by piece, to pay for my brother's medicine. She died in a room that never saw the sun, but she kept this piece. She told me that even in the dirt, you must keep something beautiful." She held the silk up. The blue was vibrant, a defiant spark against the dull browns and grays of the room. "I am not a transaction, Mrs. Miller. I am a woman who has paid for her place on this earth with more than just money. I have paid with the loss of everything I knew, and I will not have my work or my husband's choice belittled." Mrs. Miller looked at the silk. Then she looked at Elena's hands. She saw the faint, white scars from lye burns. She saw the calluses that were starting to form. The older woman reached out. She didn't take the silk. She took Elena's hand. Her grip was rough, but it wasn't unkind. "Damp the denim," Mrs. Miller said softly, "and then show us how to set that silk into the very center of the star. A star needs a bit of light to be seen in the dark." The tension in the room broke like a fever. The woman next to Elena offered her a cup of peppermint tea. It wasn't a grand gesture, but it was an invitation. Outside, the wind began to howl across the Nebraska plains, but inside, the needles began to click again. The Star of the West was no longer just a pattern. It was a map of their shared endurance. Elena worked with a precision that silenced the room. She wasn't a ghost in Thomas's house anymore. She was a thread in the fabric of a new world. And for the first time, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be. Courage, she realized, wasn't the absence of fear. It was the willingness to stand at a table of strangers and offer them the only thing you had left, your truth. Justice wasn't found in a courtroom. It was found in the moment a person's dignity was finally recognized. The silk shimmered under the lantern light. It was a small piece of beauty in a hard, hard land, but it was enough. It was more than enough. The needle moved with the grace of a seasoned pianist. Elena guided it through the thick layers. The stitch remained perfect. It formed a tiny, invisible anchor in a sea of blue and white. Mrs. Miller picked up the wooden frame. She examined the work with a clinical, unforgiving eye. The room held its breath. "The girl has a point," the matriarch finally muttered. The atmosphere shifted. It wasn't quite warmth yet. It was a cautious, respectful curiosity. "What else did they teach you in the city?" a younger woman asked. Her name was Sarah. She had a face mapped with freckles and a spirit of pure kindness. "Besides tea and denim, I mean..." Elena felt a fragile wall inside her chest begin to crumble. "They taught me that a quilt is the only thing that stays warm when the world goes cold," Elena said. Her voice was steady. "My mother once told me that every scrap is a memory someone tried to throw away." Elena reached into her small wicker basket. She pulled out a fragment of faded yellow silk, the color of a dying sun. "This was from my mother's Sunday ribbon," she whispered. "I saved it when they sold the house." She placed it on the table. It was an offering to the collective star they were building. Sarah reached out. Her fingers, scarred from years of lye soap and harvest work, touched the silk. Her eyes softened. "My grandmother brought a scrap of lace from Ireland," Sarah said. "She carried it across the Atlantic in a salt box." Sarah looked at the center of the quilt. "It's in the blanket my babe sleeps under now." One by one, the stories emerged. They stopped talking about Thomas. They stopped whispering about the mail order arrangement. The women spoke of the things they had lost. They spoke of the things they had fought to save. They talked about the brutal droughts of '74. They remembered the grasshoppers that darkened the sky and ate the very clothes off their backs. They talked about the fever of '81. The winter that took the children in the valley. Elena listened. Her needle moved in a rhythmic, soothing cadence. She realized these women weren't judges. They were survivors of the great American desert. Their hardness was a shell. It was the same armor Thomas wore. It was the heavy iron required to endure the Nebraska prairie. By the time the grandfather clock struck noon, the star was nearly complete. It was a beautiful, chaotic map of their shared endurance. The yellow silk sat nestled against the Irish lace. New York denim held the Nebraska calico together. It was a tapestry of migration and hope. The heavy front door groaned open. The sound of thick leather boots echoed on the porch. Thomas stood in the doorway. His massive silhouette blocked out the harsh midday sun. He looked exhausted. Soot from the forge streaked his jawline like war paint. His eyes immediately found Elena. He looked for the fear she usually carried. He looked for the silent plea to flee back to the train station. Instead, he saw her sitting between Sarah and Mrs. Miller. Elena was laughing. She was listening to a joke about a botched sourdough starter. "Fairbanks." Mrs. Miller called out. The old woman stood up and stretched her aching back. "Your wife has a better eye for a seam than anyone in this county." Thomas froze. "Don't you go letting her ruin those hands in the fields," Mrs. Miller warned. Thomas blinked. A slow, stunned expression crossed his rugged face. "I wouldn't dream of it, ma'am," he said. His voice was thick with a sudden, unvarnished pride. Elena rose from her chair. She gathered her sewing kit. Sarah squeezed her hand as she passed. "Next Saturday, Elena, bring more of that yellow silk if you have it. We're starting a log cabin pattern for the new school teacher." Elena nodded. Her heart felt lighter than a dandelion seed in the wind. They walked out to the wagon in a comfortable silence. The town of North Platte didn't look so gray anymore. The deep ruts in the road weren't barriers. They were paths. Thomas helped her up. His hand lingered on hers for a second longer than necessary. The warmth of his palm felt like a promise. "You did it," he whispered. He climbed into the seat beside her. "I didn't do anything, Thomas," she replied. She looked back at the white pine building. "I just stopped being afraid of the needles." He took the leather reins. He didn't snap them immediately. He looked at her. He really looked at her in the bright, unforgiving light of the afternoon. She wasn't the trembling girl who stepped off the Union Pacific. She wasn't the commodity Silas Thorne had insulted. She was a woman who had found her thread. She was pulling herself back together. stitch by stitch. The wagon moved forward. They headed back toward the small house on the horizon. The house wasn't an island anymore. It was a piece of a much larger quilt. The golden dust rose behind them. The star was finished. The life was just beginning. The sun began to slip behind the jagged bluffs. It painted the kitchen in a bruised, heavy shade of purple. Thomas had returned from the post office earlier that afternoon. He had set a single envelope on the table. He gave her a rare, easy smile. "A letter for you, Elena," he said. His voice was a low rumble like warm earth. "Postmarked from New York." He hadn't asked to see the contents. He never asked for more than she was willing to give. That respect was the greatest luxury she had ever known. He went out to the barn to settle the livestock. He left her alone with the ghosts of the East. Elena stood by the pine table, her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. The envelope was smudged with soot. It carried the grime of 1,000 miles of rail. The handwriting was sharp and cramped, while it lacked any trace of grace. It belonged to her Uncle Gerald. It was the handwriting of a man who measured the soul in ledgers. He saw people as nothing more than inventory to be traded. She opened it with a kitchen knife. Her fingers felt numb despite the heat of the wood stove. The paper was thin. It smelled of stale tobacco and the windowless rooms of the New York tenements. "Elena," the letter began. The words cut through the quiet of the Nebraska prairie. "Your Aunt Ruth is bedridden with the grip. The doctor's bills are mounting faster than the interest on our debts." Elena felt the old familiar guilt clawing at her throat. "The family shop is in arrears. We find ourselves in desperate need of a return on our investment." The word investment felt like a physical blow. "Since we housed and fed you for 9 years when no one else would look at an orphan, it is only right that your rancher pays for the privilege. Send $50 by the spring thaw, or we shall be forced to contact the authorities regarding your desertion of duty. We will report the theft of the passage money we so generously provided, $50. To Thomas, that was a fortune. It was the cost of the high-grade seed he had been saving for since the first frost. It was the margin between a bountiful harvest and a winter of hunger. It was the price of a new plow. It represented 1,000 sunrises spent sweating behind a horse. Elena looked out the window. She saw Thomas in the distance. He was hauling water to the troughs. His shoulders were broad, but they were tired. He was a man who had finally begun to trust the world again. I was a man who believed he had bought her freedom. She thought of the Homestead Act of 1862, 160 acres of free land. But nothing was ever free. The land demanded blood. The family in New York demanded gold, dignity. She realized Tao was a fragile thing. It was easily crushed by a man with a ledger and a stamp. She looked at her hands, the same hands that had earned the respect of the quilting circle. True courage wasn't just standing up to a storm. It was the willingness to sacrifice your own peace to protect someone else's dream. Justice wasn't a law written in a book. It was the weight of a secret kept to save a good man's heart. She couldn't ask him for the money. She wouldn't let Uncle Gerald's greed poison this soil. Elena took the yellow silk fragment from her pocket. She looked at the letter. The East was a debt that never ended. The West was a gamble that never stopped. She walked to the stove. The fire crackled inside the iron belly. She held the letter over the flame. She thought of her mother's ribbon. She thought of Sarah's Irish lace. A woman's life was made of scraps, but she would decide which ones to keep and which ones to burn. The paper caught fire, the edges curled and blackened. The threats turned into gray ash. She would find a way to pay the debt herself. She would sell her own labor. She would sew until her fingers bled. She would protect this house. She would protect Thomas, even if it meant living with a ghost for a little while longer. The sun vanished completely. The first star of the evening appeared over the bluffs. It was lonely. It was bright. It was exactly where it was meant to be. She turned away from the stove, began to prepare the evening meal. She hummed a song her mother used to sing. It was a song about a journey with no end, outside. The wind began to rise, but inside the fire was warm. She was no longer an investment. She was a wife, and she was a fighter. The battle for her soul had moved from the city to the plains, and this time she intended to win. Thomas walked through the door. He smelled of hay and cold air. He looked at her and smiled. "Everything all right, Elena?" She looked him in the eye. She didn't blink. "Everything is perfect, Thomas." It was the first beautiful lie she had ever told. It was the most courageous act of her life. The air in the cabin grew thin. It felt as if the cedar walls were leaning inward. Elena looked around the small room. Her eyes landed on the anchors of her new life. She smelled the sweet, lingering scent of lavender soap. They had boiled it together in the spring. The golden light of the oil lamp pulsed. It reflected off the black cast iron stove. This house was no longer a cage of wood and pine. It was her skin. It was her sanctuary. It was the first place where her silence was a choice. It was not a survival tactic anymore. She knew Thomas. She knew his heart was as wide as the plains. If she showed him the letter, he would not hesitate. He would reach for the tin box under the floorboards. He would take every coin saved for their future. He would hand it to her without a single word of reproach. He would sacrifice the new barn. He would give up the dream of a better life. He would buy a freedom he believed she already owned. She could not let him do it. She refused to let her past become a parasite. She was a mail-order bride. In the eyes of the law, she was a commodity. She was a soul sold to clear a family debt. The realization hit her with sickening clarity. If she stayed, she was merely shifting the ledger. She was moving the debt from one man to another. She moved toward the bedroom. Her footsteps were silent on the braided rug. The room smelled of cedar and clean wool. It smelled of Thomas. She pulled her battered satchel from beneath the bed. It looked pathetic. It was a hollow shell of the girl who arrived in a blizzard. She began to pack. Her movements were slow. They were mechanical. She was fueled by a hollow, cold grief. She took her 2 calico dresses. She folded them with shaking hands. She reached for the wooden doll. Thomas had carved it for her during the long nights. She ran her thumb over the smooth pine grain. She remembered his rough hands. They had looked so delicate while working the wood. This doll was the only gift she ever received without a price. There were no hidden strings attached to this pine figure. She tucked it deep into the center of her satchel. It was a small spark of light for the coming darkness. Then she saw the boots. They sat by the bed, sturdy and proud. They smelled of good leather and waterproof grease. Thomas had spent weeks stitching them by the fire. He had squinted in the dim light to get the seams right. His brow had been furrowed in deep concentration. These boots had protected her from the Nebraska frost. They were a testament to his devotion. He cared for her well-being more than his own comfort. She couldn't take them. They were too heavy with his love. She did not feel worthy of their weight. She set them neatly by the door. She pointed them toward the hearth. She would leave in her old city shoes. They had thin soles. They had holes patched with yesterday's newspaper. She would walk to the station in North Platte. She had to move before the first light of dawn. The thought of the frozen miles made her shiver. It was nothing compared to the chill in her soul. She sat at the table. She pulled out a scrap of paper. She found a pencil stub. "Thomas," she wrote. The lead snapped under the pressure of her hand. She sharpened it with her fingernail. "You gave me a life I didn't think existed. I didn't know girls like me could be loved. But I am a debt you didn't sign up for. I cannot let my ghosts haunt your land. Do not come for me. I am going back to where I belong. Keep what you have earned. You deserve a harvest, not a burden." She stared at the note. The words blurred into gray streaks. A single tear hit the paper. The ink bled just like her heart. She thought of the quilt bee from the week before. She remembered Sarah's bright laughter. She saw Mrs. Miller's eyes filled with respect. She was a stitch in their community now. She was part of the Star of the West pattern. But if she stayed, the thread would snap. She would pull the whole fabric apart. True courage is not always holding on. Sometimes, it is having the strength to let go. It is the dignity of refusing to be a weight. She stood up. She walked to the hearth. She touched the cool stones Thomas had hauled from the creek. The fire was dying down. The embers glowed like the eyes of a wolf. She took one long, deep breath. She tried to memorize the scent of the house. It was wood smoke. It was fried salt pork. It was the sharp, clean smell of the prairie wind. It was the scent of home. It was the smell of safety. She touched the edge of the kitchen table. The wood was worn smooth by their shared meals. She remembered Thomas praying over their food. His head would bow low. He looked like a giant in repose. He was a man of the earth. He deserved a wife who brought him peace. He did not deserve a bill of sale. She picked up her satchel. She walked toward the door. Every floorboard cried out under her feet. The familiar creak felt like a funeral dirge. She reached for the iron handle. The metal was biting cold. It seared her palm. It was the physical reality of her choice. Outside, the wind was rising. It was a lonely, high-pitched howl. It traveled across the empty miles of Nebraska. It sounded like the crowded New York streets. It sounded like the life of a shadow. She looked back one last time. The dying fire danced on the walls. It cast long, reaching shadows. The blue curtains she hung were still. They were waiting for a morning she would not see. She stepped out into the night. The cold air hit her lungs like a physical blow. The snow was light and dry. It swirled in the darkness like forgotten ghosts. She closed the door softly. She made sure the latch clicked into place. She didn't want the warmth to escape. She didn't want him to wake up to a cold room. She started down the path. Her thin shoes sank immediately into the crust. The cold bit into her ankles. It was sharp. It was unforgiving. She did not look toward the barn. She knew he was sleeping there. If she saw the silhouette, her resolve would shatter. Her heart would break like thin ice. She walked toward the dark horizon. She headed for the tracks where the earth met the sky. She was a girl with a debt again. She was heading back to the ledgers of the east. The prairie behind her was a fading paradise. It was the only heaven she would ever know. The snow didn't crunch beneath her feet. It yielded with a soft, dying hiss. Her city shoes were useless. They were thin membranes of leather. They soaked through within 20 paces. The numbness began in her toes. It was a mercy. Pain was for those who stayed. Sacrifice was for those who moved forward. The stars were indifferent to her struggle. The moon was a cold, silver eye. She thought of the women before her, the pioneers who died in sod houses, the mothers who buried children in the tall grass. They had grit. They had dignity. She would carry her dignity back to the city. She would not let Thomas pay for her sins. The wind pushed against her chest. It told her to turn back. She leaned into the gale. Her heart beat a steady rhythm. Debt, dignity, love, loss. She was a woman of the plains now. Even as she left them, the distance grew. The cabin became a small dot of darkness. The light in the window flickered out. She was alone in the vastness. She was a single thread in a great, dark quilt. She kept walking. She didn't look back. The tracks were ahead. The future was a ghost. But her soul was finally her own. She had paid the price in frozen steps. She was no longer for sale. She was a woman who had loved enough to leave. And that was the greatest victory of all. The snow began to fall harder. It covered her tracks. It erased her path. It left nothing but the white, silent peace of the prairie. Thomas would wake to a cold bed. He would find the letter. He would find the boots. I would understand the weight of her love. He would know she was not a ghost. She was the bravest woman he had ever known. The train whistle moaned in the distance. It was a call from another world. Elena reached the tracks. She stood on the iron rails. They were cold and unyielding, just like the life she was returning to. But she carried the warmth of the cabin inside her. She carried the scent of the lavender soap. She carried the memory of a man who looked at her and saw a queen. She would never be poor again. She was rich with the memory of him. She was a fighter. She was Elena, and she was free. The frost was a silent predator, climbing her ankles and numbing her calves through the thin leather of her city shoes. She reached the split-rail gate at the edge of the home quarter, the wood brittle and silvered by years of brutal Nebraska seasons. The prairie stretched out before her, a vast white ocean under a moon so bright it felt like an accusation. This was the land of the Homestead Act, a promise of freedom that often ended in a shallow grave or a bankrupt soul. She looked back at the cabin one last time. It sat there, a dark, sturdy anchor in a sea of shifting drifts. A faint plume of smoke still drifted from the chimney, the dying breath of a fire she had tended with her own hands. That smoke represented the only warmth she had known since the Panic of 1893 had stripped her family of their dignity. She tightened her grip on the handle of her satchel, the cheap material cracking in the sub-zero air. Then, a shadow moved by the corner of the barn. Elena froze, her breath hitching in her throat. A crystalline puff of fear hanging in the air, the shadow detached itself from the darkness of the weathered timber. It was Thomas. He wasn't wearing his heavy buffalo skin coat. He stood in just his wool waistcoat over a faded flannel shirt. The fabric stretched across shoulders hardened by a decade of breaking sod. He didn't have his Winchester rifle. He just stood there with his hands at his sides, palms open to the moonlight. Elena felt the weight of her departure sink into the pit of her stomach like a lead shot. She didn't try to hide the bag behind her skirts. There was no point in lying under a sky that revealed every scar on the broken earth. The silence between them was heavier than the coming blizzard. It was a silence filled with 6 months of shared salt pork, scorched coffee, and the unspoken terrors of the lonely nights. Thomas took a slow, deliberate step forward. I didn't look angry, nor did he look like the man who had bought her passage from a desperate uncle in New York. He looked tired, his eyes reflecting the deep exhaustion of a man who had survived the trenches of the Civil War only to fight the wind every day since. Elena's voice was a ragged whisper, lost almost instantly to the rising gale. I didn't want you to wake up to a cold bed, she said, the words tasting like iron. Thomas didn't answer right away. He looked down at her feet, at the dark patches where the snow was winning its war against her dignity. You won't make it 5 miles in those, he said quietly. His voice was steady, devoid of the jagged accusations she had spent all night preparing to parry. Elena wiped a stray tear that had already begun to turn to ice on her cheek. I have to go, Thomas. The letter from my uncle. The creditors. They are like locusts. They won't stop until they pick the bone clean. If I stay, I am a debt that will swallow this farm and everything you've bled for. Thomas reached into the deep pocket of his waistcoat. He pulled out a small, heavy canvas pouch, the fabric stained with the dust of the fields. Elena recognized it instantly. It was the pouch he kept in the iron box under the floorboards, hidden beneath the rug she had braided from scraps. It was his seed money. It was the price of the winter wheat, the new plowshare, and the singular hope of a harvest that would finally pay the taxes. He walked toward her, his boots making deep, purposeful rifts in the crusted snow. He stopped just inches away, the heat from his body radiating in the frigid air like a localized summer. He held out the pouch, his hand steady even as his breath came in short, ragged bursts. The metal coins clinked softly inside what? A rhythmic sound of hard-earned survival and denied comforts. Take it, Thomas said, his voice dropping to a gravelly low. Elena stared at the bag as if it were a coiled rattlesnake. No, that is for the spring, Thomas. Without that seed, the bank will take the land by June. Thomas took her hand, his palm rough as sandpaper and warm as a hearthstone against her frozen skin. He pressed the pouch into her fingers, forcing her to take the weight of his entire future. The land is just dirt and grass. Elena, I've spent my whole life fighting for things that don't have a heartbeat. I fought for a flag at Gettysburg while men screamed for their mothers in the mud. I fought for this soil through the drought of '91 when the cows dropped dead in the furrows. He looked at her, his eyes searching hers with a raw, piercing honesty that stripped away her defenses. I didn't bring you here to be another piece of property to be insured and inventoried. I didn't pay that debt in New York to buy a laborer for my kitchen. I paid it because I saw a woman who was tired of being a line in someone else's ledger. I saw someone who deserved to own herself. Elena tried to pull her hand away, but he held it gently, firmly, his thumb stroking her knuckles. This money is yours, he said, his gaze never wavering. If you want to go back to New York and throw this at their feet to buy your family's name back, go. If you want to go to California and find a life where the wind doesn't howl like a dying dog, go. I'm giving you the choice the world denied you since the day you were born. The wind kicked up, swirling a veil of white powder around them, obscuring the horizon. Elena felt the gravity of his words pulling at her heart. More powerful than the lure of the train whistle, she thought of her uncle, his greedy eyes, and the way he had signed the contract like he was selling a head of cattle. She thought of the men in the city who looked at a woman and saw either a bargain to be exploited or a burden to be discarded. Then she looked at the man standing before her in the freezing night. He was offering her the very thing that would ruin him, just so she wouldn't feel the chains. He was offering her a future at the total expense of his own survival. This was the true definition of justice, not a court of law, but the restoration of a human soul's right to decide what she choked out, the word thick with the salt of her tears. Thomas let go of her hand and stepped back, giving her the physical space to flee. He looked out toward the horizon, where the white earth met the black, starless sky. "Because you can't love something that isn't free to leave," he said, his voice cracking for the first time. "I've spent too much time behind stone walls and in the bottom of muddy trenches to want to build a prison for another human being. If you stay, I want it to be because this is where you choose to breathe, not because you're afraid of the debt or the wolves at the door." Elena looked down at the pouch in her hand, the canvas still holding the warmth of his body. She could feel the cold biting deeper into her toes, but the numbness was replaced by a searing clarity. She thought of the boots Thomas had made for her by the fire, the ones she had left by the door to prove she was taking nothing. She thought of the way he had taught her to read the clouds and keep the fire alive through the night. I wasn't just teaching her to survive a Nebraska winter. He was teaching her that she was worth the effort of being kept alive. She realized then that her uncle hadn't sold her to a stranger. The universe had accidentally sent her to the only man who could see the queen beneath the rags. Love wasn't the contract she had signed in a dusty lawyer's office. Love wasn't the guilt she felt for the family that had used her as a shield. Love was the crushing weight of this canvas pouch in her hand. It was the ultimate sacrifice of the seed for the sake of the bird's flight. She looked at Thomas, his silhouette tall, solitary, and brave against the rising storm. He stood there waiting, not for her to return to the kitchen, but for her to claim her own life. Elena took a step back toward him, her boots sinking deep into the drift. Then she took another, heart drumming a rhythm of defiance against the wind. The pouch felt like a hot coal in her hand, a reminder of the life he was willing to lose to see her smile. She reached out and tucked the bag back into his waistcoat pocket, over his heart. Thomas went perfectly still, his breath hitching as her hand lingered on his chest. "Elena," he whispered, the name a prayer. "The spring is coming." "Thomas," she said, her voice finally finding the iron strength of the prairie. "And we're going to need those seeds to build something that belongs to both of us." Thomas turned to her, his face a mask of shock that slowly melted into a burgeoning, beautiful hope. "You don't have to stay," he whispered, needing to hear it one last time. Elena stepped into his space, closing the gap that a lifetime of fear had created. She reached up and touched his cheek, her fingers tracing the scar he carried from the wilderness campaign. "I'm not staying because I have nowhere else to go," she said, pulling him close. "I'm staying because I am finally home." The wind roared around them, but the cold no longer mattered. He pulled her into his arms, his embrace a fortress against the debt, the creditors, and the winter. In the middle of the frozen wilderness, under a moon that witnessed her rebirth, Elena was no longer a ghost of her past. She was a woman of the plains, forged in fire and ice, and she was loved. Thomas tightened his grip. His coat smelled of wood smoke, wool, and the honest sweat of a man who refused to break. He held her with a strength that was protective, not possessive. It was the embrace of a man who had finally found something worth the struggle. Elena buried her face in his chest. She listened to the steady, powerful thrum of his heart. The Nebraska wind continued to howl, but the sound had changed. It no longer whispered of isolation or the ghosts of her past. It sounded like the music of a vast, open world where she finally belonged. She looked down at her wet, ruined shoes. They were a reminder of the girl who had tried to run. That girl was gone. She was a woman who had been given a choice. She had chosen the man who gave it to her. "Let's go inside," Thomas said. His voice was thick, a low vibration in his chest. "The fire is dying." "We'll build it back up," Elena replied. They walked toward the cabin together. Their footprints overlapped in the deepening snow. One set was deep and heavy, the other was light, yet certain. As they reached the porch, they moved in a single, quiet rhythm. Thomas opened the heavy timber door. The warmth of the cabin spilled out like a blessing. Elena stepped over the threshold. She didn't enter as a bride who had been bought. She entered as a wife who had been won. She saw her boots sitting by the hearth. They were waiting for her. She sat on the edge of the bed and pulled them on. The sturdy leather embraced her feet. It felt like armor. Thomas sat at the table. The pouch of money rested between them. The gold coins represented her freedom, and he had handed them to her without a flinch. He looked at her now. For the first time, there was no shadow of the past in his eyes. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice steady, "we'll start planning the expansion." He wasn't talking about a house. He was talking about a life. "We need to extend the garden," Elena added. She smiled, a real, radiant smile that reached her eyes. "And the barn. We're going to need a bigger barn for all the hope we're growing." Thomas reached across the table. He took her hand. His palm was rough, calloused by years of lonely toil, but his touch was as gentle as a prayer. The moon outside moved behind a cloud. The world was left in darkness. But inside the cabin, the embers in the hearth were enough to light the way. Elena knew the letters from the east would come again. Her family would demand her return. The world outside was harsh and unforgiving. But she also knew a deeper truth. As long as Thomas held the seeds and she held the flame, they could weather any storm. She wasn't a shadow anymore. She was the light in a lonely man's house. And Thomas was the earth that finally allowed her to take root. They sat in the quiet of the night. They listened to the house settle. It was a good sound. It was the sound of a foundation being laid, stone by stone, truth by truth. Elena closed her eyes, finally at peace. She had run toward the tracks, thinking they were her only escape. She had found her escape in the eyes of a man who was willing to let her go. In that letting go, he had bound her to him more tightly than any debt ever could. The seasons turned with a brutal, beautiful speed. The winter of 1873 melted into a spring of desperate labor. Now the August sun of 1874 hung heavy and gold over the Nebraska plains. It was the season of high hopes and aching backs. The wheat stood tall. It was a sea of amber swaying in the dry, shimmering heat. This was the year the pioneers whispered about. The year the earth was supposed to pay back the sweat of the broken. Thomas walked the perimeter of the field. His hand brushed the heavy heads of grain. He could almost smell the success of the harvest. This crop meant the mortgage would be paid. It meant Elena could have the silk ribbon she never asked for. Elena was near the cabin. She was kneeling in the rich, dark soil of her garden. She had spent the summer coaxing life from the parched earth. Her fingers were calloused. They were stained with the scent of tomato vines and damp mulch. She wore a simple cotton dress, her hair pulled back in a practical knot. She looked up at the horizon. The glare was blinding. Suddenly, the air felt strange. A heavy, eerie stillness settled over the prairie. The birds stopped singing. They sought shelter in the thickets of the creek. Even the wind died down to a breathless, suffocating hush. Then, a low hum began to vibrate. Elena felt it in the soles of her boots. It sounded like a distant locomotive, or the roar of a forest fire miles away. Thomas turned toward the north. His eyes widened. A dark, pulsing shadow rose from the earth. It looked like a storm cloud, but the color was wrong. It was a shimmering, oily brown that blotted out the sun. "Elena, into the house," Thomas roared. His voice cracked the silence like a whip. The cloud was moving faster than any storm Elena had ever seen. Within seconds, the golden light vanished. It was replaced by a sickly copper gloom. The sky didn't just turn dark, it became alive. A million clicking, snapping jaws descended from the sky. It was hail made of hunger. The first locusts hit the porch with the sound of stones thrown by a giant. Then came the deluge. They were everywhere. On the roof, in her hair. They crawled over the windows in a frantic, suffocating carpet. This was the great locust plague, the grasshopper year that would break the spirit of 1,000 settlers. Elena didn't run for the door. She looked at her garden, the tender beans, the swelling squash. These plants represented their winter survival. They were the physical manifestation of her love for this land. She saw a locust land on a leaf. It stripped the green to the vein in a single, horrific second. The blankets. Thomas, get the heavy canvas. She screamed over the deafening roar of a billion wings. Thomas sprinted to the barn. His boots crunched on a living layer of insects 3 inches deep. The smell was oily and metallic. He emerged with the old wagon cover. His face was masked by a kerchief. Elena grabbed the edges of the heavy fabric. Her jaw was set in a line of pure defiance. They fought against the wind of a million wings. The weight of the insects on the canvas was like lead. The locusts bit at Elena's arms, their tiny, jagged legs caught in her wool dress. She didn't flinch. She didn't cry out. She didn't let go. She pounded heavy stones onto the corners of the fabric. She was sealing her garden away from the plague. Thomas worked beside her. He piled damp straw around the perimeter to start smudge fires. The thick, acrid smoke rose in pillars. It momentarily parted the swarming mass. He looked at Elena through the haze. Her face was streaked with soot. She was covered in the brown, the sticky residue of the crushed invaders. He remembered the girl who had arrived at the station. The girl who broke at the sound of a raised voice. That girl was dead. Standing before him was a woman of the frontier, a protector of the hearth, a woman who would fight God himself to keep her home. They retreated to the porch. They huddled together as the world was devoured. The sound was the worst part, the relentless, dry chewing of a billion mouths. They watched helplessly as the wheat field disappeared. Their golden hope was being eaten alive. The tall stalks were stripped to yellow nubs in minutes. The earth was left naked and gray. The locusts even gnawed at the wooden handles of the hoes. They ate the leather of the horse harnesses. They were an unstoppable force of nature. Thomas felt a cold despair clawing at his gut. Everything he had worked for was gone. The debt would remain. The hunger would come. He felt Elena's hand find his. She gripped him with a strength that defied the ruin in front of them. "We still have the garden under the canvas," she whispered. Her voice was thin but unbroken. "And we still have the seeds for next year." Thomas looked at her. He saw the welts on her arms from the bites. He saw the exhaustion in her eyes, but he also saw a dignity that no plague could touch. This was the true cost of a life, not gold, but the courage to stand in the wreckage and plan for the next planting. He realized then that justice wasn't something the world gave you. Dignity wasn't something you were born with. They were things you forged in the fire of loss. He pulled her close, close. The smell of the crushed insects was sickening. The roar of the swarm was deafening. But in the circle of her arms, he found the only harvest that mattered. "We'll stay," Thomas said. It wasn't a question, it was a vow. "We'll stay until the last one of them is gone." Elena leaned her head against his shoulder. She watched the sky turn from copper back to blue as the swarm moved south. The land was a graveyard of gray stalks. But the house still stood, the woman still stood, and the man who loved her held her tight. Sacrifice was the currency of the plains, and they were finally rich enough to pay the price. The clicking stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than the noise. Thomas stood in the gray ruin of his life. The locusts had left a world stripped of its skin. Every blade of grass was gone. Every leaf on the young apple trees had been devoured. The sheep rubbed their bare flanks against the fence posts. They were trying to eat the lingering scent of wool. It was an apocalypse of the small, a tragedy measured in fractions of an inch. Thomas felt a familiar, hollow ache in his chest. It was the ghost of a cold morning in Virginia. He remembered the smell of burnt powder and wet earth. The land he had tilled for years was erased. It was as if his sweat had never touched the soil. "It's all gone," he whispered. His voice sounded like dry husks rubbing together. Elena reached out and gripped his hand. Her fingers were calloused but warm. She interlocked her hand with his, a bridge over the despair. "Not all of it, Thomas," she pointed toward the canvas-covered mounds in the garden. "We fought for that. We kept the flame alive in the house. The grain is a loss, but the roots are still in the ground." The sun finally peeked through the receding haze. It cast a dim, funeral light over the decimated landscape. The prairie looked like a fire had passed through it. Yet, the stalks remained upright. They were hollowed out, skeletons of a summer dream. Thomas stepped off the porch. His boots made a sickening, wet crunch on the remains of the invaders. He walked to the edge of the wheat field. His shoulders slumped, his head bowed under the weight of the Nebraska sky. The expansion of the barn was now a foolish dream. The new machinery was a debt he couldn't pay. The security they had built had vanished in a cloud of wings. Elena walked up behind him. She placed her hand on the small of his back. She didn't offer empty platitudes. She didn't offer hollow comforts. She walked to the garden and pulled back the heavy canvas. A sliver of bright, stubborn green emerged. The tomatoes were bruised by the weight of the pests, but the vines were whole, the beans were crushed, yet the pods remained. "We still have a harvest, Thomas," she said. Her voice rang with a strength that surprised them both. "It's not the one we planned for, but it's the one we saved together." Thomas looked at the green plants. Then he looked at his wife. The locusts had taken the wheat, but they had revealed the steel in Elena's soul. The plague had come to strip the land bare. Instead, it showed him the richness of what he had won. He stood up straight. The weight of the loss shifted into something manageable. "Tomorrow, we clear the fields," he said. His voice regained its resonance. Elena nodded, a small, tired smile touching her lips. "And tonight, we make soup from what we saved." They stood together in the middle of the ruined field, two figures against a vast, indifferent horizon. The Nebraska sky was blue again, clear and cold, as if it had never been choked with death. As they walked back to the cabin, their shadows merged. The grain was gone, but the foundation was deeper than the soil. They had survived the hunger of the sky. In the quiet of the evening, they knew they could survive anything, as long as they held the line together. The next morning arrived with a sharp, biting edge. Frost tipped the remaining cornstalks like jagged silver teeth. Thomas stepped out onto the porch. He gripped the railing until his knuckles turned white. The leg he had brought back from Gettysburg was no longer his friend. It was a dull, throbbing ghost. The cold had woken the shrapnel. He tried to take a step toward the barn. The world tilted. The horizon spun like a top. A cold sweat broke across his forehead. It smelled of old iron and ancient fear. His knee buckled. He went down on one side. His shoulder hit the frost-covered dirt with a thud. Elena was at the stove when she heard the sound. It wasn't a loud noise, but it was followed by the wrong kind of silence. She dropped the iron skillet. It clattered against the floorboards. She ran out the door. She found him face down. His breath came in ragged, shallow hitches. "Thomas, die!" she cried. Her voice cut through the crisp air like a blade. He didn't answer. His eyes were squeezed shut against a 17-year-old pain. She managed to get her shoulder under his arm, her small frame strained against his dead weight. She was a woman who had once played piano in a New York parlor. Now, she was a draft horse of necessity. It took 20 minutes to move him 10 feet. She dragged him back into the cabin. Her own heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. She got him onto the bed. The heavy timber frame groaned under the shift. His face was the color of unbaked dough. Elena pulled back the heavy wool of his trousers. She gasped a sigh. The old entry wound was an angry purple star. The lead from a Confederate mini-ball had shifted. It was burrowing deep into the muscle. Don't look at it," Thomas wheezed. He reached out blindly for her hand. "I have to look, Thomas," she said. Her voice dropped into a low, steady hum. It was a tone of authority she didn't know she possessed. "I've seen what happens when a wound turns sour." She remembered the stories of the 1874 Relief Commission. Men died from less than this. She boiled water until the steam filled the room. The air became heavy and wet. She cleaned the area with the last of the medicinal brandy. Her hands were steady even as he groaned into a towel. The fever took him by noon. He drifted in and out of the Pennsylvania woods. He called for men who had been dead for a generation. He shouted orders to a regiment that no longer existed. Elena sat by his side, She sponged his face with cool water, but her eyes kept drifting to the window. The harvest wouldn't wait for a soldier's ghosts. The great locust plague had taken the grain, but the remaining corn needed to be cut. The winter wheat needed the soil turned before the deep freeze. If they lost this window, the winter would finish the locust's job. Starvation was a slow, cold predator. She looked at Thomas. His chest rose and fell in a jagged, painful rhythm. She looked at her hands. They were red from brandy and lye soap. She stood up and walked to the wall. She took down Thomas's heavy work coat. It was far too large for her. It smelled of tobacco, sweat, and the honest scent of earth. She put it on. She felt herself drowning in its heavy canvas. She walked out to the barn. Her boots crunched on the frozen mud. Caleb, the massive bay workhorse, turned his head. He snorted, his large eyes wary. He knew the heavy, confident weight of Thomas's hands. He didn't know the girl with the trembling chin. "It's just us. Caleb," she whispered. She reached up to stroke his velvet nose. "He can't do it today." The harness was a puzzle of leather and iron. It weighed nearly as much as she did. Elena struggled with the straps. She hoisted them over the horse's back. Her muscles screamed with the unaccustomed effort. She fumbled with the buckles. Her fingers went numb in the biting wind. By the time she led Caleb out, her breath was a white cloud. The plow was a monster of cold steel. It sat in the dirt, mocking her. She gripped the handles. They felt like bars of ice. She remembered Thomas saying that dignity was forged in loss. She realized then that courage wasn't the absence of fear. It was the willingness to be broken for the sake of love. Justice wasn't a law written in a book in Lincoln. Justice was the right to keep the land they had bled for. She dug her heels into the dirt. She wrapped the reins around her bleeding palms. "Ha!" she shouted. She tried to mimic the thunder of Thomas's voice. Caleb didn't move. He flicked an ear, waiting for a real command. "Ha! Caleb, pull." She leaned her entire weight into the harness. The steel blade bit into the frozen earth. The horse strained while the wood creaked. For a moment, the world stood still. Then, the soil began to turn. A long, dark ribbon of earth opened up. It was the first wound of the new season. It was the evidence of her survival. She stumbled, her skirt catching in the clods, but she didn't let go. She couldn't let go. Behind her, the cabin smoke rose into the cold sky. Inside, her husband fought a war that was 18 years old. Outside, she fought a war for their future. She was no longer a lady from New York. She was a daughter of the plains, and she would plow until the sun went down. The line would hold, the roots would stay in the ground. She shouted again, her voice cracking in the wind. "Ha! Caleb, move!" The plow moved forward, and with it, the hope of a people who refused to die. The iron blade bucked against a hidden limestone shelf. The shock traveled up the wooden handles, snapping Elena's jaw shut. She felt the copper taste of a bitten tongue. Caleb snorted, his great flanks heaving with a rhythmic, wet thunder. The horse's muscles bunched like river stones under a layer of damp velvet. She adjusted her grip, her fingers finding new, painful positions on the worn oak. The soil here was a stubborn adversary. It was a dense mat of bluestem roots and buffalo grass that had never known the bite of a plow. Under the Homestead Act, this dirt was their contract with the government. 160 acres of promise, or 160 acres of a shallow grave. She leaned her shoulder into the turn, pivoting the heavy assembly. The blade finally dove deep, carving a trench that looked like a wound in the dark skin of the world. Her city boots, thin-soled and elegant, were now unrecognizable lumps of gray clay. Every step was a heavy, sucking struggle. The Nebraska wind, a constant, shrill predator, tore at her wool shawl. It bit through her chemise, finding the sweat on her spine and turning it to ice. Her breath came in ragged, white plumes. She focused on the back of Caleb's head, the only stable thing in a spinning world of horizon and grass. 2 hours passed in a blur of agony. The blisters on her palms tore open, weeping clear fluid that turned to crimson. The salt from her skin found the raw meat of her hands. She didn't scream. She didn't have the breath for it. She thought of the women back in New York, sipping tea in parlors while discussing the romance of the West. There was no romance in the smell of wet horsehair and the ache of a failing body. There was only the terrible, beautiful dignity of a woman refusing to break. High above, a red-tailed hawk circled, a silent witness to her defiance. Inside the cabin, Thomas pressed his forehead against the cold glass of the window. His leg, shattered by a falling timber during the first frost, throbbed with a dull, sickening heat. He felt the phantom weight of the plow in his own phantom strength. He watched the woman he had brought across the continent like a piece of luggage. He saw her stagger. He saw her knees buckle under the weight of a particularly heavy clod of earth. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. He had expected her to quit by noon. He had expected her to come to the door, weeping for the paved streets of her youth. But Elena rose. She wiped her face with a muddy sleeve and leaned back into the harness. In that moment, Thomas realized he didn't just have a wife, he had a comrade. He saw her finish the fourth row, her movements mechanical and grim. She was no longer walking, she was a part of the machine, a gear made of bone and stubborn will. The sky began to bleed a deep, bruised violet. The first stars of the prairie night appeared, cold and indifferent to the struggle below. Elena finally unhitched the team. Her hands were frozen in the shape of the handles. She had to pry her fingers loose, one by one, with a low hiss of pain. She led Caleb to the barn, her legs moving like wooden stilts. The horse leaned into her, a silent acknowledgement of their shared labor. She pitched a forkful of hay into his stall, her movements slow and shaky. She leaned her head against his warm, dusty neck. "We did it," she whispered into the shadows. The barn smelled of cedar and manure, a scent that now meant safety. She turned toward the cabin, the single lamp in the window looking like a lighthouse. The walk across the yard felt longer than the miles she had plowed. She pushed the door open, the warmth of the wood stove hitting her like a physical blow. Thomas was sitting in the rocker, his face cast in deep amber shadows. On the table beside him sat a bowl of warm water and a tin of tallow. He didn't speak as she sank onto the floorboards at his feet. The silence was heavy with things they hadn't yet learned how to say. He reached out, his large hand trembling as he took her right wrist. He began to unwind the strips of linen she had tied around her palms that morning. The fabric was stuck to the wounds. He moved with a tenderness that didn't belong to a man of his rugged stature. He dipped a clean rag into the water and began to bathe the dirt from her skin. Elena closed her eyes, a single tear escaping the corner of her lid. It wasn't the pain that broke her, it was the gentleness. In the harsh reality of the frontier, tenderness was the greatest luxury. "You're a fool, Elena," he murmured, his voice thick and rasping. She opened her eyes and looked at him. "I'm a farmer," she corrected. He stopped cleaning and looked into her eyes. He saw the fire there, a flame that the Nebraska wind couldn't blow out. He realized that justice wasn't something found in books or courts. Justice was the land giving back what you were willing to bleed for. He picked up the tallow and began to rub it into her cracked skin. His thumbs moved in slow, healing circles. "This land takes everything," Thomas said softly. "It takes your youth, your health, and your peace. But it gives you a soul that nothing can touch." Elena leaned her head against his good knee, the physical barrier between them. The ghost of the mail-order contract, finally dissolved. They were two halves of a single, desperate hope. "The wheat will grow," she said, her voice a ghost of a sound. "It has to, because we put more than seeds in that ground today." Thomas nodded, his hand resting on her hair. He understood. They were planting their own history in the dark Nebraska silt. Later, after a meager meal of salt pork and hardtack, Thomas fell into a heavy sleep. Elena remained by the fire. The shadows danced on the log walls, making the small room feel like a cathedral. She reached for the basket of wool by the hearth. Her hands ached, but the rhythm of the work beckoned her. She began to knit, the click of the bone needles a steady pulse. This was the heritage of her mother and her grandmother, a lineage of women who fought the winter with silver and wool. The shawl she was making was a record of her survival. Each stitch was a decision to stay. Each row was a victory over the temptation to run back east. She thought of the great locust swarm of 74 that Thomas had told her about. How the sun disappeared and the sound of 1,000 teeth stripped the world bare. People had gone mad with the hunger. They had walked into the rivers or hung themselves from the rafters of their sadis. But others had stayed. They had dug in their heels and waited for the earth to forgive them. She realized that courage wasn't a grand gesture on a battlefield. It was the quiet choice to get out of bed when your body begged for rest. It was the dignity of keeping your house clean and your heart open in a wilderness. She looked at Thomas, his chest rising and falling in the firelight. He was a man of few words, hardened by the war and the weather. But he was her anchor, and she was his compass. The wind howled outside, a mournful sound that echoed across the empty miles. It shook the heavy door, seeking a way into their sanctuary. Elena didn't flinch. She cast on another row, her bandaged fingers moving with practiced grace. The ivory wool grew, a soft contrast to the hard world outside. It was a map of a new life, woven with blood, sweat, and a love that was just beginning to bloom. She was a daughter of the plains now, and the plains belonged to her. The harvest was far off, but the victory was already won. She smiled into the dying embers, the needles clicking a song of home. In the heart of the Nebraska night, a woman was building an empire out of a single ball of yarn and 160 acres of faith. The walnut husks had left their mark on her skin. It was a deep, honest brown. This yarn was different from the ivory wool. It was coarse. It was resilient. It felt like the earth itself. Elena worked the needles with a new kind of intensity. She wasn't just knitting a garment, she was recording a history. She began to shape the image of a plow into the fabric. It was the heavy tool that had nearly broken her spirit. It had left her palms a map of raw blisters. But that same iron had turned the sod. It had guaranteed their survival through the coming winter. The lanolin from the raw wool seeped into her linen bandages. It was nature's balm. It softened the jagged edges of her wounds. The work was a silent ritual of healing. Every loop of the dark yarn was a testament to the grit required to stay. She thought of the women back in the quilting bees of the East. They used silk and calico. They stitched stories of tea parties and Sunday church. Their hands were soft. Their lives were insulated by brick walls and paved streets. Elena looked at her own hands. They were the hands of a laborer. She had traded lace for wool. She had traded the safety of the city for the wild uncertainty of the Nebraska plains. Every stitch was a vow. I am here. I am staying. I am the mistress of this soil. She was no longer a guest in this wilderness. She was its architect. Thomas stirred in the bed. He opened his eyes slowly. The firelight flickered in his dark pupils. He watched her. His gaze was heavy with a mixture of pride and guilt. He saw her fingers moving with a phantom grace. He knew the cost of that movement. "You're still awake," he whispered. His voice sounded like dry leaves skittering across a porch. It was thin and fragile. "I'm finishing something," Elena replied. She did not break her rhythm. The clicking of the needles was the heartbeat of the room. "Go back to sleep, Thomas." He reached out a trembling hand. He touched the edge of the walnut-stained wool. It was warm. It held the residual heat of the hearth. It held the oil of the sheep they had raised together. "It smells like the spring," he murmured. Elena felt a small, secret curve on her lips. "It's the sheep," she said softly, "and the sun we chased through July." He closed his eyes again. The steady sound of the needles lulled him. He drifted back into the shallow sleep of the recovering. The scarf spilled over Elena's knees. It looked like a dark river of memory. It was heavy. It was substantial. It was the physical weight of a life built from nothing. She looked toward the small window. Frost was beginning to bloom in the corners. It looked like delicate lace, but it was a warning. Winter was coming for them. The Nebraska wind would soon bring the white silence of the high plains. It was a silence that could drive a person mad, but they were ready. The barn was reinforced. The fields were turned under the autumn moon. The cellar was full of potatoes and salted meat. In her hands, she held the warmth they would need to survive the frost. She knitted one final row for the night. She stood up quietly. She tucked the wool around Thomas's feet. It was a soft barrier against the cold drafts that snuck through the floorboards. She leaned her head back against the rocker for a moment. Her mind was full of the clicking sound. It was the song of the frontier, or it was the sound of a woman finding her soul in the stitches. The fire died down to a glowing heart of embers. Elena watched the orange light fade into gray ash. She wasn't a girl from New York anymore. She was a weaver of the wild. She was a pioneer who had learned to breathe with the rhythm of the seasons. She fell into a light sleep to the scent of the wool. She listened to the steady breath of the man she had saved. Tomorrow, the sun would rise over a new world. She would be ready to meet it. The moon hung like a jagged piece of bone over the prairie. The temperature had plummeted since the sun dipped below the horizon. Inside the cabin, the air was thick with the scent of cedar and lanolin. Thomas lay pale against the rough pillowcase. His old war wound had flared. It was a souvenir from the Battle of Shiloh. The mini ball had left his leg weak. The exertion of the harvest had pushed him too far. The fever had broken, but his strength was gone. He looked like a fallen titan. Elena sat in the low rocker. Her eyes were fixed on the dying embers. Her bandaged hands felt stiff, but they no longer throbbed with the fire of the fields. The silence of the plains was usually a comfort to her. Tonight, it felt like a held breath. It felt like a predator waiting for a moment of weakness. A sound cut through the stillness. It wasn't the rhythmic creak of the timber. It wasn't the wind. It was a sharp, frantic bleat from the sheep pen. Then came the low, guttural rumble of the cattle. The animals were terrified. Thomas stirred. Nah. His eyes snapped open. He tried to shove the heavy quilts aside. A sharp gasp of pain escaped his lips. He slumped back, his face contorted. "The sheep," he rasped. His voice was raw with desperation. "Something is in the pen. Elena." He reached for his boots. His hands shook like dry leaves in a gale. The helplessness in his eyes was a physical blow to her heart. He had protected her when she first arrived. He had been her shield. Now the shield was broken. Elena stood up. Her movement was slow. It was deliberate. She didn't reach for her shawl. She didn't seek warmth. She reached for the Winchester rifle. It was leaning against the doorframe. It was the model 1873, the gun that was winning the West. "Stay down, Thomas. I'm going out." Thomas gripped the edge of the mattress. His knuckles were white. "You've never fired it, Lena. It kicks like a mule. Don't go out there in the dark." Elena looked at him. Her silhouette was framed by the dying fire. She remembered the girl who had stepped off the train in a thin coat. She remembered the girl who had flinched at the sound of a raised voice in the city. That girl was a ghost. That girl had died somewhere between the first planting and the last harvest. "I plowed the north field, Thomas. I harvested the wheat while you were burning with fever. I won't let some shadow take what we built." She felt the cold weight of the metal. It was heavy. It was indifferent. It was a tool of the frontier, or it was no different from her knitting needles or the plow. It was a means of survival. She stepped out onto the porch. The cold hit her like a physical wall. The wind tore at her hair. It bit into her exposed skin. The prairie was a sea of ink and silver. Another scream erupted from the pen. It was a sound of pure terror. Elena moved toward the barn. Her boots crunched on the frozen grass. The smell of blood reached her. It was metallic. It was sharp. A shadow detached itself from the wooden fence. It was lean. It was powerful. It was gray. A prairie wolf. It stood over a fallen ewe. Its muzzle was wet and dark. Its eyes caught the moonlight. They glowed with a cold, yellow hunger. Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. It felt like a trapped bird. The wolf didn't run. It didn't fear her. In its eyes, she was just another piece of the landscape. She was the mail-order bride. She was the girl with the soft hands. The wolf stepped forward. Its shoulder muscles rippled under the silver fur. It let out a low, vibrating snarl. It was the sound of nature claiming its due. Elena raised the rifle to her shoulder. The stock was freezing against her cheek. The scent of gun oil mixed with the frost. Her breath came in a steady, white plume. She remembered Thomas's hands on hers. He had shown her the grip of the hammer weeks ago. "Focus on the breath," she whispered to herself. "Don't fight the kick." The wolf lunged. It was a blur of gray fur and silver light. Elena pulled the trigger. The roar of the rifle shattered the night. The recoil slammed into her shoulder. It was a jarring shock that traveled through her spine. She didn't stumble. She didn't cry out. The wolf collapsed in a heap of tangled limbs. It kicked once. It kicked twice. Then it went still. The silence that rushed back in was deafening. Elena stood over the animal. The rifle was still smoking in her hands. Her ears rang with the echo of the shot. She looked at her hands. The bandages were stained with dirt and grease. She wasn't trembling. She felt a cold, hard clarity settling in her marrow. This was the reality of the West. Nature did not ask for permission. It did not recognize the laws of the city. It only recognized strength. She had defended her home. She had defended their future. She looked back at the small cabin. A single light flickered in the window. Thomas was there. He was waiting for her. She realized then that love in this place wasn't about flowers or poetry. It was about the willingness to stand in the dark with a rifle. It was about the sacrifice of one's former self to protect the new life they were weaving. She turned and walked back toward the warmth. Her shoulder ached, her hands were cold, but her heart was a steady flame. She was the daughter of the plains. And the plains had finally acknowledged her as their own. She stepped back into the cabin. She set the rifle down. She went to Thomas and took his hand. It was a moment of profound silence. It was a moment of justice served in a land that knew no courtrooms. They were survivors. They were the architects of a new empire, and they would endure. Thomas leaned against the doorframe, wrapped in a threadbare quilt. The fabric was worn thin, much like the man himself. He was shivering. His face was etched with a worry that went deeper than the cold. He looked at the fallen predator in the yard. Then he looked at the woman holding the Winchester. He saw the way she stood. Her feet were planted firm in the Nebraska soil. Her grip on the walnut stalk was no longer tentative. He did not speak. The silence between them was heavy with a new understanding. The pride in his gaze was a quiet, burning heat. It exceeded the warmth of the hearth behind him. Elena walked toward him. Her steps were measured and rhythmic. She was no longer the frightened girl from the New York docks. She was the woman who ensured they both survived the night. She climbed the porch steps. The wood groaned under her boots. She handed him the rifle. The barrel was still warm from the discharge. "The sheep are safe," she said. Her voice was steady, like iron striking stone. Thomas reached out. His hand was rough and calloused from years of breaking sod. He touched the side of her face. His fingertips traced the line of her jaw with reverence. "I'm sorry you had to do that, Elena," he whispered. His voice cracked with a hidden grief. She leaned into his palm. She closed her eyes for a single, fleeting second. "Don't be sorry, Thomas," she replied. "I'm not a guest in this house anymore. I'm the mistress of this land." He pulled her into the crook of his arm. He wrapped the quilt around her shoulders. They stood together on the porch. The dark expanse of the prairie stretched out before them like an unread map. The wolf was a still shadow on the frosted grass. The stars were a million points of cold fire in the black sky. Elena felt the strength of the plains flowing into her marrow. It was a harsh, beautiful power. It was the power of those who refused to be broken. She had killed the fear that had followed her across the continent. She had buried the mail-order bride in the frozen dirt. They went back inside. The door clicked shut, locking out the wind. Elena sat by the fire. She picked up her knitting needles. The ivory wool felt different against her skin now. It was no longer just a craft to pass the time. It was the skin of her survival. Click, click. The sound was the heartbeat of the cabin. It was the sound of a woman who had found her own rhythm. Thomas watched her from the bed. His eyes were full of a new, profound respect. He saw the way she carried her shoulders. He saw the steel in her gaze, that he realized he had not just brought a wife to the frontier. He had brought a guardian for his soul. The embers glowed in the hearth. They were a small, defiant sun in the vast dark. Elena knitted another row. Her fingers moved with a new, sharp precision. The map of the scarf was changing. She decided to add a new pattern tomorrow. It would be a pattern of silver light and gray fur. It would be the story of the night she became the master of her fate. Outside, the wind continued to howl, but it no longer sounded like a threat. It sounded like a witness. It sounded like the land finally acknowledging her name. Elena Callahan, a woman of the West, a woman who stayed when others fled, a woman who fought for what was hers. She leaned her head back. The scent of the wool and the wood smoke comforted her. The harvest was done. The predator was gone. For the first time since she left the East, she wasn't just safe, she was free. The morning air was a thin, cold blade. Elena knelt on the rough floorboards. The sun was a pale orb struggling against the horizon. She was scrubbing the grit of the prairie from the wood. The wolf's blood was gone from the yard, but the memory of the hunt remained in her bones. Her movements were rhythmic and certain. She moved the heavy oak bed frame. She wanted to reach the corner near the hearth. This was where Thomas slept on his thin pallet when he was well. This was where he had stayed while she nursed him through the fever. The scrub brush caught on a splintered edge. One of the floorboards did not groan. It shifted. Elena stopped scrubbing. The silence of the house was absolute. Thomas was out in this barn. He was repairing the fence the wolf had breached. He was trying to secure their future. Elena hooked her fingers into the gap in the wood. The floorboard came up with a dry, dusty protest. Nesting in the dark earth beneath was a small box. It was made of cedar. The edges were rounded by years of secret handling. It did not look like a treasure chest. It looked like a confession. Elena pulled it out. Her heart thudded a slow, heavy rhythm against her ribs. She wiped the dust from the lid with her apron. She hesitated for a moment. She was the mistress of this land, but this felt like treading on hallowed ground. The latch was simple and unhooked. She lifted the lid. The scent of dried lavender and old paper drifted into the cold room. Inside were two small bundles of hair. They were tied with frayed blue ribbons. One was dark, nearly black. The other was a soft, pale brown. Sarah's hair, and perhaps a child's. Elena did not feel the sting of jealousy. She felt a sudden, crushing weight of empathy. Thomas never spoke of the woman who lived here before. He had buried her in the earth. He had buried her name in the silent parts of his heart. He had kept these pieces of her in the dark. He kept them right where he laid his head at night. Beneath the hair lay a single sheet of paper. It was yellowed, and the edges were brittle. The handwriting was Thomas's, but the strokes were jagged and hurried. It was not a letter to a dead woman. It was a letter addressed to himself. The date at the top was the day Elena had arrived at the North Platte station. The year of the Great Drought. The year the Homestead Act felt like a cruel joke. To the man I must become, it began. Elena's breath hitched in her throat. She read the words, her eyes stinging with a sudden, hot moisture. I am bringing a girl into this wasteland. Thomas had written, she is young and she is terrified. I saw it in the way she held her shawl, like it was the only thing left of her world. I have failed before. I watched the light go out of Sarah's eyes because I couldn't beat the winter. I couldn't grow wheat from dust. I couldn't stop the cough that took the boy in the blizzard of '88. Elena's hand trembled as she turned the page. God, let me not be a tomb for this girl. She was sold to pay a family debt, but I will not own her. I will give her a house that does not smell of grief. I will teach her to survive. I want her to never have to depend on a man like me again. If I cannot love her yet, I will respect her until my heart learns the way. I will be better to Elena than I was to the ones I lost. I will give her the life Sarah never got to see. Elena folded the paper slowly. The ink was blurred in places. It looked as if water had dropped onto the page while he wrote, or tears from a man who thought he was alone. She looked at the small cedar box. It was not a collection of ghosts. It was a map of a man's penance. Everything Thomas had done since the station made sense now. The distance he kept, the way he pushed her to learn the rifle, the way he stayed on the floor while he was sick. It was not coldness. It was a profound, agonizing respect. He was trying to save her from himself. He was trying to give her a dignity the world had denied her. She heard the heavy crunch of boots on the frost outside. Thomas was coming back. She quickly replaced the box. She slid the floorboard back into place. She pushed the bed frame over the secret. She was still on her knees when he entered. The cold air rushed in with him. He looked tired. His coat was dusted with rime, but when he saw her, his expression softened. He walked over and held out his hand. It was the same hand that had written those desperate, noble words. Elena did not take his hand to be pulled up. She took it to hold it. She pressed her forehead against his knuckles. The skin smelled of pine and hard labor. "The fence is fixed," he said softly. "Nothing else is getting in tonight." Elena looked up at him. She saw the man who had lost everything and decided to try one more time. She saw the courage it took to build a home on top of a grave. "I know," she said, "and nothing is getting out." She stood up and leaned her head against his chest. She could hear his heart beating through the heavy wool of his coat. It was a steady, rhythmic thud. It was the sound of a man who was finally coming home. The prairie was a vast, unforgiving ocean of grass. But inside the small cabin, there was an island of light. They were no longer two strangers bound by a contract. They were two survivors bound by a choice. The West did not give gifts. It only offered opportunities to prove one's worth. Elena Callahan had proven hers, and Thomas had proven that justice was not always found in a court. Sometimes, it was found in the quiet promise to be better. It was found in the sacrifice of one's pride to ensure another's freedom. They stood in the center of the room as the sun rose higher. The light hit the floor where the secret was buried. But the shadows were retreating. The winter was coming. The winds would scream. The snow would bury the world in white silence. But they would not be cold. They had the fire of a shared truth. They had the strength of the land, and they had each other. Elena reached for the kettle. The day was beginning. There was work to be done. There was a life to be lived. And for the first time, she knew exactly who she was. She was a woman of the plains. She was a guardian of the hearth. She was loved. The cedar box slid into the dark. The floorboard groaned under her weight, then settled. Dust motes danced in the pale winter light, swirling over the spot where Sarah's memory slept. Elena didn't look back. She adjusted the heavy rug, smoothing the frayed edges with a trembling hand. Every fiber of her being felt raw, like skin exposed to the first frost. She stood by the window, watching the silhouette of the man in the barn. Thomas was a shadow against the white expanse of the Nebraska territory. He was a man of silence, carved from the same granite as the hills he fought. She saw him hoist a massive beam, his muscles straining against the worn wool of his coat. He moved with a hitch, a jagged rhythm dictated by a ghost of a bullet from the Wilderness Campaign. Elena pressed her forehead against the cold glass. The New York girl was gone. The woman who had stepped off the Union Pacific train with nothing but a suitcase of lace was dead. In her place stood someone forged by the wind. The door latch clicked. Thomas entered, bringing the scent of pine, sweat, and the biting iron of the cold. He stamped his boots, the snow melting into dark puddles on the scrubbed wood. He didn't look at her immediately. He never did. He went straight to the hearth, his hands shaking as he reached for the heat. Elena saw them clearly now. They were the hands of a laborer, but also the hands of a man who had tried to hold on to a world that had crumbled. The skin was a map of scars and deep, blue-black bruises from the winter's bite. "The north fence is down," he said. His voice was a low rasp, like stones grinding in a riverbed. "I'll have to fix it before the wolves pick up the scent of the calves." He looked at her then. His eyes were the color of the sky before a blizzard, gray and heavy with unsaid things. He saw her standing there, her eyes bright with a knowledge she hadn't possessed an hour ago. "You're quiet, Elena," he noted. He moved toward her, his presence filling the small cabin until the air felt thick. "The work is too much today. Go to the fire." He reached out, his hand hovering near her shoulder, then pulling back. It was a gesture of a man who didn't believe he had the right to touch something beautiful. Elena didn't move to the fire. She stepped into the space he had left open. She took his hand, forcing him to feel her warmth. His skin was like ice, the knuckles swollen and cracked. "I am not a guest in this house, Thomas," she said. Her voice didn't waver. It was the sound of the prairie at midnight, steady and vast. "I am the woman who chose to stay when the others ran." Thomas froze. The wind howled outside, rattling the heavy logs of the cabin. He looked down at their joined hands, his breath hitching in his chest. He was a man who had survived the horrors of the 1880s, the locusts, and the fire, but he had no defense against her kindness. "I am not Sarah," she whispered. The name hung in the air like a prayer or a curse. Thomas flinched, his shoulders hunching as if bracing for a blow. "And you are not the boy who went to war and never truly came back." She pulled his hands up, pressing them against her cheeks. "Look at me." He lifted his gaze. The pain there was ancient, a well of sorrow that reached back to the foundations of the country. "I see a man who kept a promise to a ghost," she said. "But I am a living woman. I am Elena." She felt a tear escape her eye, hot and salt-heavy, sliding over his rough thumb. "And I am staying for the man you are now." Thomas let out a jagged breath, a sound that broke the silence of years. He leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. "I wasn't the protector in that moment. He was a man coming home from a long, bitter exile. I don't know how to be what you need," he choked out. "You already are," she replied. "You gave me a name when the world had stripped it away. You gave me a horizon when I was trapped in a cage of brick." She pulled him closer, her arms wrapping around his thick neck. The injustice of his past, the letters of his guilt, they didn't matter. What mattered was the pulse under his skin. What mattered was the dignity he had maintained while the world tried to break him. The season shifted. The Nebraska sky turned from bruised purple to a blinding, triumphant gold. The Great Plains didn't offer mercy, but they offered a harvest to those who bled for it. It was the late summer of 1888. The heat was a physical weight, pressing the scent of dry earth into every pore. Thomas stood at the edge of the wheat field. The stalks were high, a sea of amber swaying under the restless breath of the wind. He held the scythe with a reverence usually reserved for Bibles. His leg ached, the old wound throbbing with the humidity, but he stood tall. He was a homesteader. He was a man who had claimed his piece of the earth under the Act of 1862. He looked back at the cabin. Elena was there, her hair tied back with a simple scrap of blue ribbon. She was carrying a wooden bucket, her stride confident and rhythmic. She was no longer the fragile girl from the tenements. She was the heart of this land. Thomas swung the blade. The hiss of the steel through the stalks was the only music they needed. It was the sound of survival. It was the sound of justice being served in the form of bread and life. Elena followed behind him, gathering the fallen grain into sheaves. The work was brutal. The sun baked the dust into their skin until they were the color of the earth itself. But they didn't stop. This was the sacrifice required to build a kingdom in the wilderness. They worked until the sun began to dip, casting long, violet shadows across the stubble. Thomas stopped, leaning on the handle of his scythe. He watched Elena as she bound the last sheaf of the row. She straightened, wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of a dirty hand. She caught him looking and smiled. It wasn't a smile of comfort. It was a smile of triumph. They had survived the winter of the great blizzard. They had buried their ghosts, and now they were standing on top of their own future. Thomas walked toward her, the tall wheat parting around him. He reached out, his hand finding the small of her back. "The yield is good," he said, his voice stronger than it had been in years. "We'll have enough to trade for the new plow." Elena leaned into him, the heat of the day radiating from their bodies. "We have enough for everything, Thomas." She looked out at the horizon, where the sky met the earth in a line of fire. "I used to think New York was the world," she mused. "I used to think my value was in the lace I sewed." She looked at her hands, rough and calloused, stained with the juices of the prairie. "But here, I know what I am worth." "You are worth the world to me," Thomas said. He didn't use metaphors, he didn't use poetry. He spoke the truth of a man who had looked into the abyss and found a hand reaching back. He leaned down and kissed her. It tasted of dust, sweat, and the sweet, lingering scent of the wheat. It was a kiss of the frontier. It was a vow made in the face of a vast, indifferent universe. Courage wasn't the absence of fear. It was the act of planting seeds in a land that had known only blood and fire. Justice wasn't a court order. It was the ability to look a man in the eye and see his soul, not his scars. They turned back toward the cabin as the first stars began to pierce the gold. The secret box was still under the floorboards. But it was no longer a weight, it was a foundation. The wind picked up, whispering through the unharvested grain. It spoke of the winter to come. It spoke of the hardship and the toil. But as they walked hand in hand toward the flickering light of their hearth, the shadows retreated. They were the masters of this silent world. They were the architects of a new life, and in the heart of the Nebraska plains, two people were no longer just survivors. They were finally, beautifully free. The North Acre stretched before them like a sea of frozen gold. Thomas gripped the wooden handle of his cradle scythe. The grain stood tall, defiant against the encroaching chill of late October. This was the land of the 1862 Homestead Act. 160 acres of promise and punishment. Thomas swung the blade in a wide, rhythmic arc. The steel hissed through the stalks. It was a sound of finality. It was the sound of a debt being paid to the earth. Elena followed 3 paces behind him. She moved with a grace born of necessity. She gathered the fallen wheat into bundles. Her movements were steady. Her breathing was a soft counterpoint to the wind. The Nebraska sky was an impossible shade of blue. It was the color of a dream that refused to fade. Thomas stopped to wipe the salt from his eyes. He looked at Elena. She was binding a sheaf with a twist of straw. Her hands were stained with the juices of the earth. He remembered her arrival at the North Platte station. She had looked like a porcelain doll lost in a dust storm. Now, she was the bronze heart of this farm. He saw the way she planted her boots in the furrow. She was no longer a guest of the prairie. She was its mistress. Thomas felt a lump form in his throat. It was an ache of gratitude. It was the realization that he was no longer alone in his ghosts. The scars from the Battle of the Wilderness still pulled at his shoulder. The war had tried to turn him into a machine of death. This woman had turned him back into a man of life. "Rest a moment," he called out. His voice was a low rumble, weathered by years of solitude. Elena looked up. She pushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead. Her face was flushed with the heat of labor. She didn't complain. She never did. She walked toward him, her steps light on the stubble. The vastness of the plains surrounded them. To some, this emptiness was a prison. To them, it was a sanctuary. There were no creditors here. There were no landlords demanding the impossible. There was only the work and the reward. Elena reached him and stood close. She could smell the scent of sun-baked wool and honest sweat on him. She reached out and touched his forearm. The muscle was like corded iron under her palm. "We are ahead of the frost, Thomas," she said. Her voice was a soothing balm. It was the sound of home. "The Grange will be impressed by this yield," Thomas replied. He thought of the struggle against the railroad monopolies. He thought of the high interest rates that broke weaker men. Justice, he realized, was this. It was the right to keep the fruit of your own blood and bone. It was the dignity of a full barn. He looked at her calloused palms. He took her hands in his. They were rough. They were beautiful. He leaned down and pressed a kiss into her palm. The grit of the soil tasted like victory. Elena felt a tear prick at her eyelids. She thought of the crowded tenements of the Lower East Side. She thought of the gray, suffocating smoke of the factories. Here the air was sharp and clean. Here she was a queen of the wild. "I used to fear the silence," she whispered. "I used to think the wind was screaming at me." Thomas pulled her closer. "And now?" he asked. Elena leaned her head against his chest. She could hear the steady thrum of his heart. "Now, it sounds like a song," she said. "It sounds like a lullaby for the life we are building." They stood there as the sun began its slow descent. The light turned to a deep, honeyed amber. It was the golden hour of the frontier. Every blade of grass cast a shadow a mile long. Thomas picked up a handful of dirt. He let it trickle through his fingers. This was the soil that had swallowed his father's dreams. It was the soil that had tried to bury him during the great blizzard. But they had endured. Sacrifice wasn't a tragedy. It was the currency of the brave. He looked at the small sod house in the distance. It was humble. It was theirs. They had carved it out of the raw earth. They had defended it against the wolves and the loneliness. "You are the bravest person I have ever known," Thomas said. He was thinking of the nights she stayed awake by the hearth. I was thinking of the way she faced the horizon without flinching. Elena looked into his eyes. She saw the man behind the soldier. She saw the tenderness he tried to hide. "We are brave because we have something to lose now," she replied. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of coming snow. The season was turning. The great cycle of the plains was moving forward. They worked for another hour as the sky turned violet. The stars began to emerge, sharp and bright. They were the same stars that guided the pioneers west. They were the same stars that watched over the fallen. Thomas swung the scythe one last time. The final row of the North Acre fell. The harvest was complete. He drove the blade into the ground. It stood like a monument to their labor. Elena approached with the water tin. They shared a drink, the water cold and metallic. It was the sweetest wine they had ever tasted. They began the walk back to the cabin. The light in the window was a small, flickering star. It was the anchor of their world. As they reached the door, Thomas stopped. He turned her to face him. The shadows of the porch fell across her face. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object. It was a ribbon, blue and silk. He had ordered it from the Sears Roebuck catalog months ago. He had saved his last few coins for it. "For your hair," he said. His hands were trembling slightly. Elena took the ribbon. It was a small thing, but in this vast wilderness, it was a miracle. It was a sign that they were not just surviving, they were flourishing. She felt a sob rise in her chest. It wasn't a sob of sadness. It was the release of a year's worth of fear. She threw her arms around his neck. They held each other in the dark. The wind howled around the corners of the soddy. The coyotes began their nightly chorus in the breaks. But inside the circle of their arms, there was peace. This was the justice they had fought for. This was the dignity of the human spirit. They stepped inside and closed the door. The warmth of the stove enveloped them. The smell of dried herbs and wood smoke was a welcome. Thomas lit the lamp. The golden light chased the shadows into the corners. Elena went to the stove to stir the stew. Thomas sat at the heavy oak table he had built himself. He watched her move. He saw the way she hummed a soft tune to herself. He realized that the land had not just given them grain. It had given them a soul. It had taken two broken pieces and forged them into a whole. Tomorrow, the threshing would begin. The dust would be thick in the air. The work would be grueling. But tonight, they were kings. They were the masters of their own destiny. Thomas reached out and took her hand as she sat down. The firelight danced in their eyes. They didn't need words. The silence between them was full. It was a conversation that had been going on since the first seed was planted. It was a vow that would last as long as the prairie grass. Outside, the first flakes of snow began to fall. The winter was coming. But they were ready. They had the harvest in the barn. They had the love in their hearts. And in the middle of the great American desert, they were home. They were finally, truly home. The light in the window stayed bright long into the night, a beacon for any traveler lost in the dark, a testament to the power of a promise kept. They were no longer just a man and a woman. They were the frontier itself, and the frontier was beautiful. The cycle of the year was complete, but their story was only beginning. Every sunrise would be a new page, every sunset would be a prayer of thanks. They slept soundly as the world turned white, safe in the knowledge that they had earned their rest, safe in the knowledge that they were enough for each other, for the land, for the future. The harvest was in, the peace was won, the journey was home. The cabin air held the scent of wood smoke and dried herbs. The floorboards felt solid beneath Elena's feet, like the roots of an ancient oak. Behind her, the heavy timber door creaked on its iron hinges. Thomas entered, a gust of frigid Nebraska air chasing him inside. He stomped the light dusting of snow from his heavy leather boots. The rhythmic thud echoed against the sturdy walls they had built together. He did not look like the haunted ghost of Gettysburg tonight. The shadows in his eyes had retreated, replaced by a soft, flickering warmth. A secret tugged at the corner of his weathered mouth. In his calloused hand, he held a small bundle of late-blooming prairie asters. They were purple and stubborn, a final defiance against the encroaching frost. He crossed the room and laid them gently on the table near the glowing oil lamp. 1 year, Elena, he said. His voice was a low, resonant vibration that seemed to settle the very dust in the room. Elena turned from the stove, wiping her hands on her stained muslin apron. I didn't think I would see the first month, Thomas. The memory of the blistering summer heat and the endless wind flickered in her mind. I didn't think I would see the first week, he admitted, his gaze dropping for a second. He walked to the cupboard with a grace that belied his massive frame. He pulled out 2 ceramic plates, his fingers tracing the smooth edges. These were not the chipped, mismatched remnants from the morning she first arrived. These were whole, matching, and clean. He set the table with a precision that bordered on a silent prayer. There was no fiddle playing in the corner. There was no piano music drifting through the air. There was only the rhythmic, comforting pop of pine knots burning in the iron stove. They sat down to a meal that was humble in ingredients but rich in labor. Every bite of the roasted venison was a reminder of the long hours spent in the brush. Every slice of dense bread was a testament to the harvest they had bled for under the unforgiving sun. Thomas didn't eat much. He simply watched her. He watched the way the amber lamplight caught the stray threads of gold in her hair. In the silence, he remembered the frightened girl who had flinched when he offered a simple blanket. Now, he saw a woman who held his gaze without a single flicker of fear. She was no longer a stranger in his house. She was the heartbeat of it. I have something for you, Thomas said, breaking the quiet. He reached into his vest pocket, his movements slow and deliberate. He pulled out a small, worn piece of folded deer hide. He set it on the rough-hewn table between them. Elena's breath hitched in her throat, a sharp, sudden sound. She untied the thin leather cord with fingers that no longer trembled. Inside lay a ring. It wasn't gold, and it held no precious gems from a high-priced city jeweler. It was silver, hammered thin and polished until it shone like the surface of a frozen pond. The band was simple, forged from a silver dollar he had carried through the war. I took it to the blacksmith in town last week, Thomas whispered. His eyes searched hers, looking for a sign of approval or rejection. I told him I wanted something that wouldn't break under pressure, something that could handle the grit and the heavy work of a farm. Elena picked it up, her thumb tracing the faint ridges of the hand-hammered metal. It felt cool and substantial against her skin. She looked at Thomas, her eyes suddenly brimming with a year's worth of unshed tears. He reached across the table and took her hand in his. His palm was a map of scars, blisters, and the history of hard, honest labor. When you stepped off that train, I called you a bride, he said, his voice cracking. I called you an arrangement, a legal necessity to keep this land. I called you a way to fill the hollow silence of these 4 walls. He paused, his thumb tracing the line of her knuckles with a surprising tenderness. I was a fool, Elena. You weren't an order to be filled or a debt to be paid. You were the soul I didn't even know I had lost on those Virginia battlefields. I took the ring and slid it onto her finger. Thomas lowered his head. He lifted her hand with quiet reverence and pressed a gentle kiss against her knuckles. Elena's eyes filled with tears. No man had ever touched her hand as though it were something precious rather than something he owned. In that moment, the frightened bride who had stepped from the train finally understood. She had not been brought to Nebraska to lose her life. She had been given the freedom to begin one. It fit perfectly, as if the silver had been waiting for her hand all along. You aren't the mail-order bride anymore. You are my Elena. The words hung in the air, heavier and more sacred than any vow spoken in a stone cathedral. Elena looked down at the ring, the silver catching the light of the lamp. It was a circle of metal, but to her, it felt like a shield against the world. I came here expecting to be a ghost in your house, Thomas, she whispered. I expected to serve a man I didn't know until the winter cold finally took me. She stood up slowly and walked around the table to where he sat. She placed her hands on his broad shoulders, feeling the strength beneath the wool. But you gave me a shovel instead of a shroud. You gave me the truth instead of a comfortable lie. Thomas stood up, his height dwarfing her, but his posture was soft and yielding. He reached out and took her other hand, his grip firm and grounding. The wind outside began to howl, a mournful Nebraska gale that shook the eaves of the cabin. Usually, the sound made Elena shiver with the memory of the great blizzard of '88. Tonight, The screaming wind was just background noise, a distant thrum. "Dance with me," Thomas said, his eyes locking onto hers. Elena laughed, a light, silver sound that brightened the dim room. "There is no fiddle, Thomas. There is no piano, and no one to play it. We have the wind," he countered, his voice growing stronger. "We have the rhythm of the floorboards under our feet. We have the beat of a hard year behind us and a better one ahead." He pulled her close, eliminating the cold space between them. One hand settled firmly on the small of her back. The other held her hand against the steady thud of his chest. They began to move. It wasn't a polished waltz from a New York ballroom. It was a slow, swaying motion, rooted deep in the black soil of the plains. Creak, the floorboards groaned under their collective weight. A familiar, homely song. Swoosh, the hem of Elena's heavy wool skirt brushed against the wood with every turn. Thomas led her with a gentle strength, his movements careful and protective. He remembered the first night she had slept on his bed while he lay on the hard floor. He remembered the wall of icy silence that had stood between them for months. Now there was no space at all, only the warmth of their shared breath. Elena closed her eyes and let the world outside disappear. She leaned her head against his shoulder, smelling the wood smoke on his coat. She could hear his heart beating beneath the layers of wool and cotton. Thump, 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 thump. It was a steady, reliable rhythm, the sound of a man who had survived death for her. She thought about her mother's sewing box back in the cramped rooms of New York. She thought about the panic of 1893, the bread lines, and the debt that followed her. She remembered the shame of her father's failures and the fear of the debt collectors. All of it felt 1,000 lifetimes and 1,000,000 miles away. She wasn't a runaway girl anymore. She wasn't a victim of a crumbling economy or a desperate family. She was a woman standing in her own home, held by a man who truly saw her. They turned slowly in the center of the small, warm room. The shadows cast by the oil lamp danced on the walls in time with them. The purple asters on the table seemed to watch their progress with silent approval. Thomas pressed his cheek against her hair, breathing in the scent of her. He smelled the winter air and the soap she had made herself. He felt the cool silver ring on her finger pressing against the back of his hand. It was a physical mark of their union, a brand of belonging. It was a boundary, a wall of iron and silver against the harshness of the frontier. "I used to hate the winter," Thomas whispered into the quiet of the room. "I used to think it was just a long, cold wait for the inevitable end." Elena pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, searching his face. "And now, Thomas." "Now it's just the season before the planting," he said, a smile touching his lips. "It's the time when the fire stays lit and the house stays warm." He stopped moving but didn't let her go, his arms remaining a fortress around her. The wind gave one final, violent gust, rattling the heavy door in its frame. The cabin held firm. The beams were solid, hand-hewn and honest. The foundation was deep, dug into the earth with sweat and purpose. Thomas reached up and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. His touch was a question she had already answered 1,000 times. "Happy anniversary, Elena," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Elena stood on her tiptoes, her heart swelling with a pride she had never known. She pressed her lips against his, a seal on the promise they had kept. The kiss didn't taste of desperation or the fear of loneliness. It tasted of home. It tasted of the 365 days they had survived together. It was a bridge built of silver and grit, stretching toward the years to come. They stood in the center of the kitchen, bathed in the amber glow of the lamp. Two people who had been broken by different wars and different losses. Two people who had been used and discarded by a world that valued only profit. They weren't broken anymore. They were forged in the fire of the frontier. They were the masters of their own destiny. And for the first time in their lives, they were truly free. The silver ring caught the light one last time, a circle of strength, a promise of forever. The winter could come now. They were ready. Thomas extinguished the lamp. The flame flickered, surrendered, and vanished. Darkness rushed in to fill the room. It was not the cold, hollow darkness of the previous winter. It was a velvet shroud. It was private. It was a sanctuary they had earned with every drop of sweat. The only remaining light bled from the stove. Dying embers pulsed like the heartbeat of the house. They cast a low, crimson glow across the floorboards. Thomas and Elena walked toward the bed in silence. It was a comfortable silence. It was the silence of two soldiers who had finally found the armistice. Outside, the first flakes of a new season began to fall. The Nebraska prairie vanished beneath a veil of white. Let the world outside turn to ice. Let the wind howl like a wounded beast at the moon. Under this hand-hewn roof, the silence was no longer a void. It was filled with the rhythmic, shared breath of belonging. 1 year had passed. A lifetime waited in the shadows. For the first time in her existence, Elena Callahan closed her eyes without a knife under her pillow. She did not fear the morning. She did not wonder if she would wake up in a recurring nightmare of debt and desperation. She was home. The morning light did not merely touch the window. It spilled through the glass like molten honey. It arrived with the confidence of a welcome guest. Elena stood by the cast-iron stove. She watched the dust motes dance in a shimmering column of gold. The silver ring on her finger caught a stray beam. It sent a tiny, fractured reflection dancing across the rough logs. A year ago, those logs were the bars of a lonely cell. Now they were the sturdy bones of a body she had helped nurse back to health. Thomas was not at the barn yet. He sat at the heavy oak table. A piece of charred wood was gripped in his calloused fingers. He was not calculating the yield of the winter wheat. I was not tallying the cost of seed or the dwindling supply of cured meat. He was dreaming. The canvas was a flattened flour sack. It was bleached white by the harsh prairie sun. Elena stepped closer. Her boots made no sound on the braided rug she had stitched during the long, dark nights of February. She placed a mug of steaming black coffee near his hand. The vapor rose in a thin, twisting ghost. Thomas did not look up. He was focused on the geometry of hope. I was obsessing over the way a new roofline would marry the old structure. "It must face south," Thomas murmured. His voice was a low, resonant rumble. It was the sound of a man who had rediscovered the right to want something more than survival. Elena leaned over his shoulder, her chin nearly touching his wool shirt. She saw a rectangular addition to their small universe. It was a room. It was not a lean-to for the rusted plow. It was not a root cellar to hide the potatoes from the frost. It featured a window, a large, expansive window that would command the rising slope of the hills. "For the light," Elena whispered. "For the life," Thomas replied. He finally turned his gaze to her. The lines around his eyes were deep. They were canyons carved by the relentless Nebraska wind and the weight of the sun. But the eyes themselves were clear of the old fog. They no longer held the ghosts of the Civil War. They no longer mirrored the hollow ache of the grave he had dug for his first wife. He reached out. He took her hand with a gentleness that defied his size. He traced the silver band he had fashioned for her. "I built this house for a man who wanted to disappear," he said. His voice cracked with a sudden, raw honesty. "I made it small because I was afraid of the empty spaces." He squeezed her fingers. "I thought if I kept the walls close, I could keep the memories from growing too large." He looked back at the flour sack. "But we aren't hiding in the tall grass anymore, Elena. We are claiming it." A warmth bloomed in Elena's chest. It was a heat that didn't come from the stove or the coffee. "A room for a child," she said. It was not a question. It was a realization of a prayer they had both been too afraid to speak aloud. Thomas nodded solemnly. "I want them to wake up with the sun on their face. I want the first thing they see to be land that no man can take from them. Not a landlord in a suit, not a bank with a ledger, just the grass and the endless sky." He stood up. The chair scraped against the wood like a declaration. He grabbed his heavy sheepskin coat from the peg. "Come with me. Help me mark the ground." They stepped out onto the porch. The air was sharp and crystalline. It carried the scent of dry earth and the faint, metallic promise of a thaw. The silence of the vast prairie was no longer a threat. It was a clean canvas waiting for the brush. They walked to the eastern side of the cabin. Thomas carried a bundle of pine stakes and a heavy mallet. The snow had retreated into the deep draws of the land. The buffalo grass remained. It was golden, flattened, and incredibly resilient. Elena looked back at their dwelling. She remembered the day she had stepped off the train. The whistle had sounded like a scream in the freezing air. She remembered seeing this cabin and thinking it was a tomb for her youth. She remembered her own hands. Wow, they had been white, shaking, and clutching a thin, useless shawl. Those hands were gone. Her skin was now the color of the earth. Her grip was firm. These were the hands of a woman who had pulled a calf from the womb in a blizzard. These were the hands that had mended a man's broken spirit. Thomas stopped at the corner where the house met the rising sun. He studied the slope of the ridge. The north wind is a thief in the winter, he explained. The main cabin will act as a shield for this room, but in the morning, the light will hit this wall first. It will be the warmest place in Nebraska. He knelt in the dirt. He positioned the first stake. Thwack! The sound of the mallet hitting the wood echoed across the open space. It was a definitive, rhythmic pulse. It was the sound of a foundation being driven into the heart of a free land. Elena walked to the spot where the far corner would stand. She stood deep in the tall, dormant grass. She turned her face toward the sun. It was bright. It was relentless. It was the same sun that had burned her skin during the grasshopper plague. It was the same sun that had watched them nearly starve. But today, it felt like a holy blessing. "Here," she called out. "This is where the cradle will sit." Thomas looked at her from his position on the ground. He saw the way the wind moved her heavy skirt. He saw the way she stood, unbowed, certain, sovereign. He did not see a mail-order bride he had purchased to escape his own shadows. He did not see a girl he had bought for the price of a one-way ticket. He saw the architect of his second chance. Anna saw the woman who had taught him that justice isn't found in a courtroom, but in the dignity of a shared life. He moved to her side. He drove the second stake with a single, powerful blow. "I'll start cutting the timber next week," he promised. "I've kept some seasoned pine tucked away in the barn. I'll plane every inch of it until it's as smooth as silk. No splinters for small, reaching hands." Elena knelt beside him, her knees pressed into the cold, damp Nebraska soil. She helped him stretch the twine between the stakes. The line was straight. The line was true. "I used to be so afraid of the wind, Thomas," she said softly. Thomas paused. His hand rested heavily on the mallet. "I know. I thought it was trying to erase me," she continued. I thought if I didn't hold on to the walls with both hands, I would simply blow away like the topsoil." She looked at the small rectangle they had carved out of the wilderness. "Now I want the wind to come. I want it to blow against the windows of this house, because there is finally something here heavy enough to stay." Thomas reached over. He wiped a smudge of dark earth from her cheek. His thumb was rough. His touch was a benediction. "We are the anchors now, Elena. The wind can howl all it wants. We aren't going anywhere." They stood together in the center of their future room. Two people who had been discarded by the world. Two people who had built a kingdom out of dirt and grit. The prairie stretched out before them, infinite and wild. But for the first time, it didn't look like a desert. It looked like a garden. They were no longer just survivors. They were the masters of the horizon. "We are the roots." Thomas spoke the words like a vow. They spent the next hour walking the perimeter of their future. The dry buffalo grass crunched beneath their boots. The scent of sage and sun-baked earth filled the air. They discussed the height of the ceiling. Thomas wanted it high to let the heat rise in the summer. Elena wanted it sturdy to keep the Nebraska winter at bay. They talked about a fireplace built of river stone. He would gather them from the banks of the Platte River. Each stone would be chosen for its color and strength. Thomas showed her where he would build a low shelf for books. "Every child of ours will know how to read," he said firmly, his jaw set with a sudden, fierce intensity. "They will know their own mind. They will never have to sign a paper they don't understand." Elena thought of the letters she had sent back to New York. She remembered the cramped, dark tenement on Orchard Street. She thought of the uncle who had sold her like a head of cattle. He had exploited the 1890s labor laws to trade her life for a debt. He was a ghost now. He had no power here. This was a territory where the past died so the future could breathe. The Homestead Act gave them the land, but their sweat gave it a soul. They stood together in the center of what would be the new room. Thomas put his arm around her. He drew her close to his side. "It won't be easy," he said. His voice was a low rumble against her temple. "Building is harder than surviving. The panic of last year took many men's spirits, but it won't take ours. We'll have to haul the stone from the creek. We'll have to notch the logs by hand." Elena leaned her head against his shoulder. She felt the steady rhythm of his heart. It was the only clock she needed. "We've already done the hard part, Thomas." "What was that?" "We learned how to trust the ground we stand on," she said. The sun climbed higher, warming the stakes and the twine. The Nebraska prairie stretched out before them, vast and indifferent, but it wasn't a lonely vastness anymore. It was a kingdom. Thomas looked down at the blueprints on his flour sack paper. The charcoal lines were smudged but clear. He saw more than measurements. He saw a legacy. He saw a family that wouldn't be defined by scars. He saw a woman who had walked through the great blizzard and come out with fire in her eyes. That storm had claimed hundreds of lives, but it had tempered her spirit. "One more stake," Thomas said. He handed the mallet to Elena. She took it. The handle was smooth, worn by his hands. The weight of the tool felt right in her hand. It was the weight of responsibility. It was the weight of dignity. She walked to the final corner. The wind whipped a strand of hair across her face. She looked at Thomas. He nodded. His eyes were full of a quiet, burning pride. She swung the mallet with a steady, purposeful strike. The sound echoed across the silent plains. The stake sank deep into the Nebraska earth. It was done. The promise was mapped out. The fear was buried under the weight of the new plan. They walked back toward the cabin, hand in hand. The old house was small, but the shadows inside had vanished. The darkness had no place to hide anymore. Thomas opened the door for her. "I'll sharpen the adze after lunch," he said. "The logs are waiting." Elena stepped into the kitchen. The room smelled of sourdough and dried herbs. She looked at the charcoal drawing on the table. It was just a sketch on a flour sack. But to her, it was the most beautiful map in the world. It was the map of a place where they weren't just surviving. It was the map of a place where they were finally free to love. She picked up the charcoal. Her fingers were stained black. She added one small detail to the window in the drawing, a flower box. Thomas watched her, a slow smile spreading across his face. It was the smile of a man who had finally come home. "For the asters," he asked. "For the beauty, Fima," she replied. "Because a house needs more than walls to be a home." The wind hummed through the eaves of the old cabin. It didn't sound like a warning. It sounded like a song about a room with a southern window, a song about a cradle made of planed pine, a song about two people who had stopped running and started building. The Nebraska prairie waited, the sun shone, and in a small cabin on a free land, the blueprints of a family were finally complete. Thomas leaned his heavy shoulder against the cedar porch post. The wood was rough under his palm. It had been seasoned by a decade of Nebraska sun and ice. The horizon was a jagged line of bruised purple and burning gold. The wind had died down to a whisper. It was barely teasing the dry buffalo grass in the distance. He adjusted the brim of his hat. His eyes traced the silhouette of Elena near the garden. She was kneeling by the newly driven stakes of the foundation. She wasn't praying. She was checking the twine. Her fingers moved with a precision that didn't need the sun to see. Thomas pulled a slow, deep breath of the cooling air into his lungs. It tasted of wood smoke. It tasted of the sharp, clean scent of damp earth. He remembered the taste of the air a year ago. It had tasted like ash. It had tasted like a life that had run out of fuel. He looked at the front door behind him. For years, that door had been a barrier against the world. He had lived inside those walls like a hibernating animal in a cave. He had been hiding from the pain of everything he had lost. The rooms had been silent, save for the ticking of a clock that seemed to mark only the arrival of dust. He had been a man of gray stone and iron nerves. He thought back to the day at the train station in North Platte. The steam from the engine had filled the air. He remembered the way she had looked stepping off that iron beast. She was a slip of a girl. She was drowning in a coat that couldn't stop the shivers. Her eyes were the most haunting thing he had ever seen. They were the eyes of a creature waiting for the blow to fall. He had thought then that he was the savior. He had felt a heavy, somber pride in offering her a roof and a name. He had looked at his calloused hands and his sturdy cabin. He thought he was the one with the power. How wrong a man could be. He watched her now as she stood up from the dirt. She brushed her palms against her apron. It was a rhythmic, confident gesture. The way she carried her head had changed. The fragile New York porcelain had been replaced by Nebraska steel. She didn't flinch when the screen door creaked. She didn't look down when he met her gaze. She had found her voice in the roar of the blizzard. She had found her strength in the grit of the dust storms. Thomas felt a strange, tight ache in his chest. It wasn't the old ache of grief. It was the ache of a man realizing he had been given a treasure. I looked at the kitchen window. A small pot of herbs sat on the sill. A set of curtains, simple and clean, framed the glass. She had sewn them from old flour sacks. Before she came, the window was just a hole to watch for predators. Now, it was a frame for a home. She had brought color into a house that had forgotten how to bloom. She had brought the sound of humming into rooms that had only known the moan of the wind. He realized then that the ticket he had paid for hadn't just rescued a girl, it had ransomed his soul. Justice wasn't what the law book said. Justice was the peace they had built together on this ridge. Dignity was the way she looked at him now. He had been a ghost walking through a hollow life. He had performed his chores like a machine. He ate because he was hungry. He slept because he was tired. There had been no why in his movements. Then she arrived with her broken spirit and her hidden fire. In trying to mend her, he had accidentally stitched himself back together. He stepped off the porch and walked toward her. The grass brushed against his trousers. He reached her and didn't say a word. He simply took her hand. Her skin was warm. Her grip was firm. "Elena," he whispered. The name was a prayer. "We're going to build a life here that nobody can take away." She looked up at him. The setting sun reflected in her eyes like a dawn. "We already have, Thomas. We already have." They stood in the quiet of the evening, two souls anchored to a piece of earth, master of the horizon, bound by a love that was as deep as the roots they had planted. The stars began to prick through the velvet sky. They were small lights in a vast dark, but for the first time in his life, Thomas wasn't afraid of the night because he wasn't walking into it alone. Thomas watched the shadows stretch like long, skeletal fingers across the Nebraska sod, and the year was 1894. The great drought had already clawed at the throat of the plains for 3 years. Every inch of the horizon was a testament to survival. His hands, cracked and stained with the iron-rich soil, felt the weight of the world. He looked at the new timber, pine brought in at a high cost from the railhead in Kearney. Every notch he cut into the wood was a middle finger to the ghosts of his past. He wasn't just building a bedroom. He was fortifying a sanctuary. The hammer felt like an extension of his own bone. He set it down on the half-finished joist. The silence of the prairie was heavy. It was the kind of silence that drove weaker men to the bottle or the rope. Then he saw her. Elena was walking toward him from the garden. She didn't walk like the bruised creature who had stepped off the Union Pacific coach a year ago. That woman had carried the soot of Chicago's tenements in her lungs. This woman carried the vastness of the sky in her stride. She moved with a quiet, lethal grace. The amber light of the dying sun caught the edges of her hair. It turned the graying strands into threads of beaten copper. Thomas leaned against the porch post. His chest ached, but it wasn't the old injury from the war. It was the sheer pressure of gratitude. She stopped at the foot of the steps. Her apron was stained with the green blood of tomato vines. "The lines are holding. Thomas," she said. Her voice was low. It carried the resonance of a cello played in an empty room. "The room will stay square." Thomas didn't look at the wood. He looked at the woman who had taught him that home wasn't a place, but a state of grace. "I never doubted it," he replied. He stepped down from the porch. The dry grass crunched under his boots. He reached out. He took her hand. This was a sacred ritual. He felt the calluses on her palms. They were the medals of a different kind of war, a war against hunger, a war against the crushing loneliness of the frontier. I was thinking about that first night, he said softly. Elena's eyes softened, the lines around her mouth, carved by wind and worry, eased into a smile. You slept on the floor like a sentry, she whispered. I thought you were a giant, a silent, terrifying giant, Thomas chuckled. The sound was rusty. It was a sound he hadn't used much before she arrived. I was terrified. Elena, you were so small, so fragile. I wasn't fragile, she corrected him. I was just waiting for the storm to break. She stepped closer. The scent of her lavender, wood smoke, and honest sweat filled his senses. You didn't break, Thomas agreed. You did something much more difficult. You endured. He looked at her thumb. A small, jagged scar ran across the knuckle. She had caught it on a rusty nail while helping him haul the first load of cedar. She hadn't cried. She had simply wiped the blood on her skirt and kept pulling. That was the moment he knew. That was the moment he realized she wasn't a guest in his life. She was the architect of his future. I thought I was buying you a life, Elena, when I sent that letter to the agency. He looked down at their joined hands, his dark, scarred skin against her sun-browned strength. But you're the one who gave me mine back. Elena squeezed his fingers. The strength in her grip was a revelation. We're even then, Thomas, a fair trade on the edge of the world. She leaned her head against his bicep. The wind shifted. It brought the scent of rain from the north. In Nebraska, rain was more than weather. It was a prayer answered in the middle of a drought. It was the difference between a harvest and a funeral. The wind is shifting, Thomas noted. It's a good wind, she replied. They stood together, two silhouettes against the blood-orange sky. Thomas thought about the men he'd seen in the war, men who died for flags, men who died for pride. He realized now that true courage wasn't found on a battlefield. It was found here, in the repetitive, grueling labor of keeping a dream alive. It was found in the dignity of a woman who sold her only heirloom, a silver locket, to buy quinine when he was shaking with the fever. She had never told him. He had found the empty velvet box hidden in the back of the cupboard. Word, justice, he realized, wasn't something the law gave you. Justice was what you built with your own two hands when the world tried to starve you out. I used to think this land was empty, Elena whispered. I thought it was a place where things went to be forgotten, a graveyard for the living. Thomas felt a lump in his throat. And now, she looked up at him. The reflection of the setting sun made her eyes look like they were burning with an inner fire. Now, it's a garden. We just haven't planted the rest of it yet. Thomas looked at the stakes in the dirt. Tomorrow, he would lay the floorboards. He would hammer each nail with a precision that bordered on obsession. Because this house had to hold her. It had to protect the woman who had walked through the fire of the city to find peace in the dust of the plains. The sun finally dipped below the horizon. The sky turned a deep, bruised purple. The first stars began to pulse like distant hearts. In the distance, a coyote howled. A year ago, that sound would have made Elena shiver. Now, she didn't even flinch. She was part of this wild, beautiful, unforgiving landscape. The night is coming, Thomas said. Let it come, she replied. We have a fire inside us. Thomas felt the weight of his years, the scars on his back from the war, the ache in his joints from the winter of '88. But for the first time, he felt light. He felt like a man who had finally reached the end of a very long, very dark tunnel. He realized the journey hadn't ended at the wedding ceremony. It hadn't ended when they broke the first sod. It was a continuous act of creation. Love wasn't a feeling, it was a choice. It was the choice to stay when the well ran dry. It was the choice to hope when the grasshoppers turned the sky black. It was the dignity of standing tall when the rest of the world told you to kneel. Come on, Thomas said. His voice was thick with emotion. Let's go inside. The dew is starting to fall. Tomorrow, we start the real work, Elena echoed. They turned toward the cabin, the small, humble structure of log and mud. To anyone else, it was a shack in the middle of nowhere. To them, it was a palace. They walked up the steps together. Thomas opened the screen door. The hinges gave a familiar, welcoming creak. He stepped back to let her pass. As she walked by, he placed a hand on the small of her back. It was a gesture of protection, a gesture of possession, a gesture of profound respect. The warmth of the kitchen met them. It smelled of dried herbs and the lingering heat of the stove. Thomas followed her in and closed the heavy oak door. He turned the latch. The click echoed in the quiet room. It was a solid, final sound. It was the sound of a man who was no longer wandering. It was the sound of a man who had finally, against all odds, found his way home. He watched Elena light the kerosene lamp. The flame flickered, then caught. It chased the shadows into the corners. It illuminated her face. She looked at him over the glass chimney. There were no more secrets between them. There was only the work, the land, and the quiet, fierce love that bound them to it. Thomas took off his hat and hung it on the peg. I was home. And for the first time in his life, that word meant everything. Elena's smile was a soft dawn in the dim kitchen. The land was just waiting for our courage to claim it. She remembered her first night in Nebraska. The Nebraska wind had howled like a starving wolf. She recalled the paralyzing fear and how she clutched her Bible. That trembling girl felt like a ghost from another life now. She had laid that ghost to rest under the tall prairie grass. Thomas looked at the horizon through the small window pane. His eyes were no longer clouded by the bitter smoke of Gettysburg. The grief of the war had been washed away by honest sweat. He saw the new barn, a solid symbol of survival. I was a hollow man before I found you, Elena. His voice was a low, steady rumble in the twilight. I was just a set of weary bones marching toward a grave. You didn't just bring blue curtains and herbs into this house. You brought a heartbeat to a soul that died in battle. He turned her with a tenderness that made her heart ache. The lamplight caught the silver in his beard and deep lines. I love you, Elena Callahan. It wasn't a desperate plea for affection. It was a settled, unshakable fact of his existence. I love you, Thomas. The words were light, yet they carried the weight of the world. They watched as the first stars pierced the deep purple sky. The vast prairie was silent, but it was no longer lonely. It was the peaceful silence of a house that found its song. They had survived the drought, the grasshoppers, and the winter hunger. They had earned their place under the Homestead Act with grit. True justice was found in the soil they tilled together. Dignity was their shared calluses and the warmth in their bed. Now, they were finally ready to live instead of survive. Thomas put his arm around her waist, drawing her close. They stood where the lamp glowed gold. It was a beacon for the life they built from nothing. This was a sanctuary of sacrifice and unyielding devotion. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the grass. The story of Thomas and Elena is a testament to strength. Every family still has its own frontier to cross. Every heart must endure its own winter before the spring arrives. We want to hear the story of your own life's love. Was it a sudden spark or a slow, steady hearth fire? Please share your memories in the comments below. Your words help keep the spirit of these pioneers alive. If stories of courage, healing, and frontier love speak to your heart, please subscribe and join us for the next journey. We cherish the community of souls we are building here, but the frontier is a place of many dark secrets. The Nebraska dust holds tales, but California holds gold. Join us in our next video as we head west. We will travel to the rugged, sun-scorched hills of the Sierras. We will uncover the mystery behind a reclusive miner's final will. It is a tale of hidden wealth and a daughter lost. A legacy is waiting, but the truth comes at a price. The shadows are long, but the light is breaking through. Until then, keep your fire burning and your spirit high. Thomas and Elena sat together at their heavy oak table. The fire crackled with a familiar heat. The house was a fortress against the cold night air. They were home, and the world was finally at peace. This story is a work of historical fiction inspired by frontier life and events of the American West. Certain characters, dialogue, locations, and timelines have been created or adapted for storytelling purposes. Difficult historical events are presented only for narrative and educational context and are not intended to glorify harm or mistreatment. Some visual elements may have been created or enhanced using artificial intelligence and digital artistry.